Surely. Yeah. Barry's been gone for a bit. Yeah, Barry only viewers are down bad, I won't lie. But after the next few days, they'll probably be up to good. Maybe. Depending on what they like Barry doing. So. Yeah. Jesus Christ, there's so many subs. Let me go through these before we begin. Anyone calls Barry ugly today? Mods, time them out. Thank you. Anyone calls Barry ugly, it will be timed out. Thank you very much. Page Wonderland, thanks to the 44 months. Ether, thanks to the 46 months. Said, oh hey, it's Mega, thanks to the 76 months. Barry, please still be alive. I mean, I think that's Barry. I think that's him, right? It's me, Ambler, thanks to the 39 months, sorry. R Electric, thanks to the brand new tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Brand new sub. Wow. Well, fuck are you, thanks to the 27 months. Said Bazza L. Tucky, thanks to the 35 months. Just Kim, thanks to the 48 months. Thad, thanks to the 41 months. Chessie, thanks to the 50 months. Needed this today. Thank you, Baz. No worries. Just so you know, there's some big stuff happening in RP chat. So obviously, it'll probably be like RP today and tomorrow, whatever. But then I've also got some more stuff planned with Cray. Not to spoil, but we might be doing something like Minecraft related with Craig, maybe, or whoever else join. We might even get another one. Who knows? Might even get multiple people. So that's exciting. Cause the what was that last game we played? The drug game. That was really popular. That was really fun. So. Rabik, next to the 37 months. Appreciate it. How's the audio, by the way, chat? Am I too loud, too quiet? Alright. I doubt there's probably any game. I mean, there is game sound, but there's nothing happening, so you probably can't hear anything. Cool. Grand Crest, next to the 47 months. Remind me today, chat. Remind me, okay? Let me turn the alert sounds back on. You can have your remind me today, chat, that at the end of the stream today, just say to do the thing. Okay? So if you're watching the whole stream today, and I say, alright, I'm about to end, just say do the thing. Okay? I'll know what that means. There's a thing I have to do at the end of today's stream that has to do with Barry. So, just say
Bazza Gaza. Okay? Bazza Gaza.
I'm not OnlyFans going live. I don't have a secret OnlyFans, guys. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Bluebell thanks to 39 months. Lizzie McGuire thanks to the 49 months. Vlad Cully thanks to the 76. Morg thanks to the 47. Barry motherfucking Benson stream, that's right. That is right.
Bazza Gaza. Bazza Gaza.
Lady Miss thanks to the 27. Dibby Bop thanks to 38 months. You guys like that intro song?
Bazza Gaza.
Plays
Bazza
in,
Gaza.
if any of you have watched Severance, plays in Severance. Such a good song. Beautiful. I think there is actually
Bazza
some
Gaza.
lore
Bazza Gaza.
to this artist as well. I'll maybe explain later. That being said, though, it's been a lot of fun having lore revealed in character instead of me just saying stuff, so who knows, maybe not. Gamer Ching next to 24 months. Wow, 2 whole years. Funky Otter next to 16 months. And Absolute Cinema. J-Ray next to the 19 months. Yes, get your cinema emotes ready today, chat, okay? Plenty of cinema over the next few days, guys, okay? Even though I saw there was an un-cinema emote added. Or not cinema.
Bazza Gaza.
Don't worry, you won't be needing that emote. Nabob, thanks to the 41 months. Shara Heart 6, thanks to the 41. Star Angel, thanks to the 26. Scutta, thanks to the 16 months. Skittles, thanks to the 11 months. Sorry if I'm going through a lot of these really fast, but there's a lot to talk about today. But I really do fucking appreciate your resubs, guys. Dancer Rose, thanks for the 43 months. My wife divorced me today. She said I was too
Bazza,
un-American
Bazza,
for her. Honestly, I saw it coming a kilometer away. That is, yeah, I mean...
Bazza,
Americans are a little silly. I'll be honest with you. Americans are a little bit silly sometimes, so it's probably for the best. No offense to her. Nighttime Sparky, thanks for the 100 bits. Chow, thanks for the 47 months, said Baz Flower. Yeedo Burrito, thanks for the 37 months, said Basil. Luke, thanks for the 34 months, said welcome back. Thank you, man. Shadow Link, thanks for 33 months, said hi, Baz, missed you. No, you.
Who dis?
Juanito, thanks for the 10 gifted subbies. Can we get some Baz love it? Juanito, dropping the 10 bomb. Thank you, dude. Make sure you say thanks if you got gifted one of those as well. Even fucking Nightbot lost his sub because I didn't stream for so fucking long. Fuck's sake, can't even spam the fucking emotes. Sorry, I'm trying not to say the C word as much even though I'm Australian. Sorry, there might be kids watching. I'm gonna replace it with... You're a stupid... idiot. Louis, thanks to 45 months, said Poggers. Hello, sir, from the last remaining BBMC, if you remember my short appearance. Hello from the last... If you remember my short... Are you talking about BBMC 3.0 or are you talking about BBMC on another server? What character did you play? And are you sure you're not getting me confused with Whippy? Also known as Irwin Dundee. 4.0. I didn't do BBMC in 4.0. Uh-oh. Might be confused, chat. It's alright. Louis, thanks for the 45 months. KB, thanks for the 33 months. Said, yo, Baz Flower. Roxham, thanks for the 10 months. Eli, thanks for the 25 months. Wrenchy. Oh, is that Wrenchy? Oh, hello. Sorry I insulted your character a lot in character. No. Dude, I'm so confused. Eli, thanks for 25 months. Thank you, dude. Ninja, thanks for 54 months. Barry, working off that 6 to 8 weeks of darkness, no gym, 3 square meals, Maccas. Oh, yeah. I've got a thing with Barry at the moment. Anytime he gets handed food or water, he instantly eats all of it. No matter how much he's given, I literally just keep eating it until it's gone. Even if they give him like 10. Because he was just so fucking... Even though technically if you went through like a period where you're on like 200 calories a day, if you ate that much food and water, you'd probably throw up for the next fucking day or so. Or few days, but, you know, I think it's funny. No, he's not fat. He's just getting, he's getting his intake. He's getting his muscles refilled with glycogen. Never mind, got you confused with Finn. What? This is what, you know that guy that was saying he got divorced because, the American thought he was too non-American. Are you sure you're not the wife of that guy? I'm telling you, when I said Americans are silly and they think every Australian is the same fucking guy, that's not a joke. Like when he came in here, like, see how, notice how I said the first thing I said is you probably think I'm fucking Whippy, right? That wasn't a joke. It's because every American that, talks to somebody that has a different accent to themselves, which Americans do have a fucking accent, by the way, just so you're aware, okay, thinks that everybody's the same person. Thank you. Fuck you. Is this Steve Irwin? No, I'm not Steve Irwin. He's British? Well, then that's even fucking worse, cunt. Would it be better if I talk like this, then? Well, at least... Top of your morning to you, laddie. Oh, yes, Irish and English are the same. Oh, what about Scottish? It's all the same, isn't it? See how that works? I fucking... Spooky Susie, thanks for 50 months. Baz Flower, thank you. I'm gonna take that. I'm taking that Baz Flower today. No one else gets it. That Baz Flower is for me. Eli, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. to May. Scutza, thanks for the gifted sub to Romfy. Celestial Nissa, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. We get some love in chat for that. Stop capital D calling, guys, okay? Flower was given to me. Don't be jealous. Thank you for the 5 bomb, dude. Sticks, thanks for the 44 months. Good to have you back. Suze, thanks for the 38. Wesley gifted a sub to Wolverine. Annie gifted a sub to Bumblebee. Jashetic, thanks for the 46 months. Wesley gifted a sub to Toadsdale. A lot of gift sub snipes. I don't know, people getting sniped with their gift subs. Oh, I got an emote. Choo choo. I don't know what that's for. I just got that. Did everyone get that? I don't know what that is. Nevada Country Bunker, thanks for the tier 2s every month. The sub. Oh my god, this. Let me speed run some of these subs. I really do appreciate these subs. There's a lot of shit we gotta get through in RP today, though. And not a whole lot of time. What is this elevator music? For fuck's sake. Fuck, what would be playing?
Bazza.
No, I'm playing this song again because it's a fucking banger. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you weren't here for the first 4 minutes of the stream. I'm playing it again. Okay?
Bazza.
Slammer, thanks for 23 months. Sorry, that probably gives you guys a lot of trauma with all the tariffs going on. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry about it. Okay. Sorry about the tariffs, guys. We've got more tariffs than anybody. Okay. America #1 on tariffs. And he gifted a sub to dude 66. David Perez, thanks for the 44 months, said beard update. You talking about me or Barry? No, just because Barry has a beard now doesn't mean he's a self-insert. Thank you. It's just called being a man. Finally, Barry is almost half the man I am IRL. Thank God. I don't even know if I have cams set up. But I'll show you tomorrow, maybe. Mango Man, thanks for 32 months. Annie gift us up to Hey, it's Amy. Sam Cooper Better, thanks for the 41 months.
Like a circle
Hang on.
in a spiral, like a wheel within a wheel.
Oh, I can't wait for this song to play when Barry blasts somebody in the fucking head.
Bazza,
This will be the song we use, guys. No spoilers. Potty Top, thanks for the 40 months. We need lamp, please. LG Hazelnut Coffee, thanks for the 65 months. Radio Jackie, thanks for the 66 months. Time for monthly stream. Okay, dude. Look, you guys know me. When I get stuck on something, I can't literally do anything else. I wanted to do some of the variety stuff with Cray in between, but I was like, dude, there's this whole arc with Barry going on. Imagine there's this whole arc building with Barry. Everyone's like waiting for me to go live with fucking Barry. I go live and it's like, hey guys, today we're playing Minecraft. You know, like, I feel like everyone would fucking just leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, that'd be great after the RP. But if it was like during all this happened, they'd be like, what the fuck, man? You know, they'd be so pissed. So, you know, I had to finish, well, not finish, I had to get to a certain point with this arc first, and then it's like, all right, RP, then variety, then blah, 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 you know. Leslie, thanks for 25 months. Damien, thanks for 30 months. King Deathmatch, thanks for 27. Ninja. Kitten Neve, thanks for the 5 months. Happy you're back. And Sir Bastion, thanks for the 30 months. Oh my god, we're caught up. Let's give it up for the streamer for catching up. Subs and resubs. How the fuck the sub count is over 1,000? I will never know. I think it's because of the fucking Oilers from last stream. I think last stream there was like 300 subs gifted plus. So thank you guys for all the subs and resubs. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully some of the shit you've seen on other people's streams makes it at least a little bit worth it for why I've been gone. You know, so I know I'm sorry I couldn't like show a lot of it on this stream, but obviously just didn't make any fucking sense to do that. Now you finally get to see Barry's POV on all of this shit. Side note, number one, I don't know where people are at. I'm going to assume some of you at least know kind of what's going on. Number one, I'm just going to say I got a lot of experience setting up, like, this is my first, like, proper, like, you know, setting up a kind of arc thing behind the scenes, right? Dear fucking Lord, the Lord in heaven, this club is so dog shit at any kind of detective investigating, any kind of clue work. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. I don't even know if I want to go into that. I don't even know if I want to go into how bad this club was at finding, like, I'm gonna be completely straight up. There is a complete, almost like, I want to say like third of this like arc, maybe even half of this like missing arc that was meant to play out, that they were just so shit at trying to uncover that it just didn't even come to fruition. I was like, fuck, I'm just gonna have to do something different to make it easier. Oh my god. Okay, just to give a little bit, you know, I still have the file. Let me see if the file's here. Hold on. Just to give you a little bit of context if you weren't here. Oh, here it is. Found it. Here it is. Okay. Does it spoil anything? No, this is just... So, as a bit of a hint. So, if you don't know, to give you a little bit of a TLDR from my point of view. Obviously, I was busy. I've been busy doing a lot of Wanted stuff over the past, you know, however long. So, I decided to make it into... To give it an actual proper story of why Barry's been gone, because obviously Barry hasn't been going off to go do Wanted projects IRL. So every time Barry has told the club that he's been going on a booze cruise, he has not been. And the booze cruise has just been an OOC thing for me being like, yeah, I'm doing Wanted shit. But there is an in-character reason, you know, that Barry has been going on booze cruises. It's all been a lie that he has, in fact, not been going on booze cruises, which is funny that no one ever even picked up on. That's the number one that no one ever even picked up on, because before I even figured out completely what I wanted this arc to be, the booze cruise thing was always a lie. I don't know if anyone in chat ever picked up on that. Barry, I roleplayed Barry as like, I mean, kind of like how I am IRL, where it's like just super into gym, measuring his fucking cheese when he puts it in a fucking burrito.
Bazza
So I was like, you know what?
Bazza Gaza.
I'm going to tell people that Barry went on a booze cruise and see if anyone even asks about it. I think the only person that even hinted that maybe it wasn't a booze cruise was Shang once, but he didn't even directly ask, are you going on booze cruises or is it something else? So that was number one. Number two, when this arc kicked off, obviously out of character, you kind of have to tell people that, hey, this is now an arc and there's stuff to actually find versus, oh, I'm busy IRL. So I made a message in the ADMC Discord being like, by the way, Barry is officially missing. He hasn't been in the server or the city. You know, this isn't just now, oh, I'm kind of just not around. It's, oh no, Barry's actually gone. So that, you know, people in character can know that there's actually something to find. This was the first thing that they got given. Where is it? How do I show this? This right here. This map. Okay?
Bazza Gaza. Bazza Gaza.
This was a map that Barry left behind. And I won't say too much about what's on here and the significance of it. Because I'll probably... You'll probably hear a lot about it in character. I want to try and keep a lot of it in character. I don't want to spoil anything. But all I will say is in regards to the club, all of these X's are completely insignificant. The only thing I wanted them to get from this map was this thing in the bottom left, right? That says, need to find someone who's good at this shit. All they had to do was go, oh my god, Barry is looking for someone that he's going to Oz with. Who's that person, right? All they had to do was figure out who that was, contact them, and then they had a whole bit. I gave them like a whole bit of information. If somebody hits you up, you're gonna like drip feed this. They're like, yep, obviously it was Colin. Again, this isn't a spoiler because this has already been revealed in character. That Barry was going with Colin to Oz. All they had to do was use this. I tuned into some of their streams. They were flipping this map upside down, overlaying it onto the fucking GTA 5 map, putting it like sideways, reverse, mirrored upside down to be like, oh my god, Bondi Junction. That means, okay, so BBMC turf here. So I'm gonna put the X on the BBMC turf, which means this X is actually, let me show it in the fucking game. Let me show you exactly what they were fucking doing. So remember that map? They were like, okay, so the X, oh my god, let's put the X here, and then we'll flip the map, put it upside down, so that means we have to search here, because that's the next X, and this X, and this X. Oh my god, this X is next to a church. What does that mean? I was like, oh my fucking god. I've never seen people try and make stuff into something when it was literally just not even meant to be that deep. And you'll know why it won't be that deep today, because Barry's going to tell them. I'm basically going to give all of the info to the club today as Barry. But I just really wanted to go into that. Dude, every time I'd go in, they'd go into like the actual map, like the real world map, and be like, oh my god, this X is next to a train station. Oh my god, he must be trying to catch a train. I was like, oh my god, Barry's so dead. Barry, like, dude, Barry is fucking dead. Like, oh my god, this one's next to a church. There's a church here. He's gonna be praying to fucking TJ or Norman or some shit. I was like, oh my god, like none of this meant really fuck all. All they had to really get was just this. The biggest clue in this was somebody is with Barry. Let's figure out who that person is, because they're definitely gonna have information about Barry. Which I gave them! I gave Custard this whole sheet of like, this is the information that Colin has, because Barry and Colin were together doing this, And they finally got there, thank God. Thank God. Anyway, I won't break your immersion too much, but yeah. That's, I just thought that was really funny. Anyway. Casanov, thanks for 32 months. To be fair, it is, you know, it's kind of hard, I guess, if you don't know. Obviously, from my point of view, it looks pretty easy of what information to derive. Oh, side note, last thing I'm gonna say. Last thing I'm gonna fucking say. Okay. So again, I'll explain in character if you haven't been watching for a while, but basically some people in the club went to go to Australia to search for Barry. So obviously they messaged me on Discord being like, I'm searching for Barry. Do I find anything? You know, this is like, as if it's like fucking Dungeons and Dragons or some shit. And I'm like, fucking hell, I gotta give him like an RP fucking, you know, thing. So I'm sitting there with my fucking, you know, Dungeons and Dragons fucking hat being like, all right, you find, you walk into a cave and find, you know, shit like that. I was like, fucking hell. But they got a full thing. Shangs was basically, he goes to those parts on the map. They're all just shady fucking areas. Number one, also, side note, the only other clip I saw, they brought up the map to, I think it was either Kelly or Finn, and they were like, oh, Parramatta, that's a fucking shithole. Parramatta's such a shit part of Western Sydney. So fucking shit, full of druggies and shit cunts and fucking shit on the streets. I'm like, man, that's actually, you know, that's where I grew up, man. Like, come on. It's like, man, I grew up in Western Sydney, and these cunts are just shitting all over it, being like, yeah, these streets are so shit. It's all just a bunch of fuckwits. I was like, oh, man. Like, come on. That's like, you know, where I'm from. You know, I'm like, I'm from Western Sydney, IRL. I was like, man, I didn't think it was that bad. So, that was just funny. Casanov thanks to 32, Sarah thanks to 36, Lou Souls thanks to 38, Gabs thanks to 59, Ruko thanks to 9 months. Sorry if I butchered that. Thank you, dude. Anita thanks to the tier 3, 24 months. Are they wrong? I mean, Western Sydney's not bad. I don't know if anyone in here is from Australia or Sydney specifically. Really not that bad. Yeah. Level 1 Swan next to 48 months. Alright, I have to get back into character. I'm talking too much as Baz. You're gonna get me unimmersed from the character. It took me a lot of effort to get immersed in how fucked Barry's meant to be right now, okay? So also, one thing, not because I did this for any reason, but I was going through a lot of clips for no particular reason. Not that it's linked to anything today. But dude, I gotta stop playing music when I'm having like intense convos. Like it makes it maybe slightly better for stream when it's like, ooh, spooky music, whatever. But dude, when you're trying to get like, you know, when you're trying to look at clips for no particular reason and there's this fucking music in the background that you gotta try and like work around, it's like, oh my god. So I'm gonna try and play, you know, like shit like this, you know. You do this shit when it's like, when there's no one around, but when you have a conversation, it's like, actually just have the conversation. So. Alright. Anyway. Yeah, so this is Barry. I mean, I guess I could split the audio, but that takes effort, you know, it's a lot of effort. I don't know how you can say ooh gross when Barry has been
Bazza. I
mean, I won't say yet, but Barry has had a very horrible 6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks. He has had a horrible time. So if you're expecting Barry to come back and look like fucking Brad Pitt, I'm sorry. Corn Moses, thanks for the 9 months. $45, by the way. Fuck is all my shit? Oh, there we go. Also, I realized yesterday when I was playing off stream that this AK has no clip in it, so I need to get that sorted. Because yes, it looks very badass walking around with a fucking. Oh, mind. Maybe it just didn't load. Oopsies. We don't need this. We don't need this. We need this. Oh, yeah! Now we're fucking talking. Now we are fucking talking. I have... So, if you weren't here yesterday, or if you weren't watching anybody else's streams yesterday, one thing, Barry hasn't been told a lot. So today's gonna be a lot of Barry gets filled in. So sorry if you've been watching other people's streams. But I need to have Barry get filled in on everything. Because even I know some stuff out of character, but I need my character to know stuff. Why is this? Why do I have 2 rounds with like half fill fucking... So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that today. Bro is looking like Temu Dundee. I don't know what a Temu is, so that doesn't offend me.
Bazza Gaza.
Fly meal, next to the 13 months. It's one food everyone loves, but you hate. I hate. I don't know. I feel like I like most popular common food to like. I don't think I have any crazy takes like that. Temu is like Sheen. I'm gonna be honest with you, that did absolutely nothing for helping me figure out what a Temu is. Temu is like a Sheen. That in no way helped me at all. I got no idea what like Charlie Sheen? You fucking talking about? Also, this place is, actually looks really cool. I need to do more. I need to make sure, I might make Barry, like, stay here for a bit. It's actually really cool, building to stay in. If you want my key back, I will hand it over. You have food and water in your fridge. Try to eat slowly so you don't get sick. Let me guess, this is probably Tally. Let me go ahead and guess. Barry was meant to change the locks yesterday, but I forgot. So, I guess it is nice. What did she say that food was? As I was saying, and this is very, very spicy. Fuck me, I have to eat all of this. The RP thing today is any food or water I see, I literally devour like a ravenous dog. So we're gonna have to sit here for a bit while I drink and eat all of this shit. So give me a second. It'll take a while. I might have to put this in a fucking my hotkeys so I can fucking spam it faster. The one thing that Barry was given yesterday was a video, which I know that exists out of character, but I haven't actually watched it in character, so you will get a live reaction to that today. There's a video, I can't remember who it's by, I think it's Ziggy. And then there is a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that, according to Edbert, this is an in-character email, list of people who voted to remove Barry as PM. That is all the context that Barry has to that. 7 people in the fucking club that voted to wanting to remove Barry as PM. This isn't, oh, they brought up the point that, you know, maybe Barry shouldn't be PM. They voted to remove him. That's what that says. It says there was some kind of vote cast and they put their hand up saying, I want him gone now. At least that's how it fucking reads. Which you can probably understand that Barry's not going to be too fucking happy about. At all. The last thing that Barry did yesterday was when he came back, the first thing that, well, one of the first things, he said to, I brought Irish, Shang, and Edbert into the yard. And Barry said, what was your decision? Because if you don't know, the last time Barry was awake in the city, it was during a meeting. Well, I would say a large portion of the club was there. I'd say like 80% at least. He said a meeting, and he told Irish Shang and Irish Shang and Edbert that they had 6 days to give Barry a vote on who the VP should be, because there was a lot of like beef with like who should be VP. Irish wanted to, Ed wanted to, Shang wanted to. All they had to do was give Barry the same name. And then obviously something happened to Barry within that 6 days. He was unable to return. And
Bazza,
still
Bazza.
at this
Bazza,
point,
Bazza.
it's been 8 weeks, we'll say, since that point. He asked them what their names were. And they could not give him a single name. Irish said himself, Shang said himself, Edbert said Shang. So, which I think is, wasn't it originally? I can't remember, but I swear Edbert originally said himself at the first meeting, or is that, I can't remember. I can't remember if he said Shang or Edbert originally, but I swear one of them, like, I had the ink that they changed their mind. I thought they both said Edbert, but like, so they changed their mind during, as well. It's been a long month apparently, so some shit has probably happened that Barry has obviously no idea about, which we're going to try and figure out today, I guess. Big fat Tupperware, they said 32 months. Red Bull time. Well, right now, I mean, I'm drinking water, but it's in a Red Bull can. Not like a normal can. It's like I got it at like a Red Bull event. It's like a metal can. But it's not a can, you know, it's weird. But I'm drinking water, but it is out of a Red Bull can, which is a little weird. So I don't know if that's, I don't know if that counts. No, Grand Pooh Bear did not tell me to drink it, no. This arc, I think, is going to take a while to completely finalize, chat, and I don't want to rush through it. I think today, we have a command meeting scheduled in 15 minutes, because as of right now, there is no... Oh, I forgot to say. There is no high command. There is no VP. As of right now, there is 5 command and a PM. That is it. And then patch member prospect. There is no VP as of right now, because the one thing Barry said, and he stuck to his word on, was that if you could not come to an agreement, you would all be demoted. So as of right now, all 3 of them have been demoted to... he didn't want to put them to patch because they're still leaders of this club, obviously. So he didn't want to derail the club. If you put them to patch, it's just going to be a fucking free-for-all, and then it's up to Cora and fucking Finn, basically. Even though Barry's back, but you know what I mean. So right now we have 5 command members until we figure out. And in Barry's mind, he doesn't think a club can exist with 5 command members, so he does need to find people to put back into high command and VP. Who those people are, if people go back to the same spot, or if they change, still very much up in the air. At this point, Barry doesn't even fucking know. Barry's not even in the right headspace to really even be completely thinking about that just yet. I kind of want to just spend today as Barry getting information and giving them a bit of information about where Barry's been. Barry hasn't watched the video yet. And I don't even know if we have time to watch it before this meeting. Which might actually add to the spice, because from what it looks like, it's going to be pretty bad and Barry's going to be pretty angry. So I think it's better to go into this command meeting, just trying to absorb as much information from them about what the fuck has happened in this last 8 weeks. And then we're going to watch it. So, yeah. It's 20 minutes long. Yeah. And chat knows if I watch a 20-minute video, it's not going to take 20 minutes to watch. Just so you know. Just so you know. That's not how that works. Time works a little differently in this stream. I don't know what it is. Time just, you know, it's weird how time works. It's just weird. Lila first, thanks for the gifted sub to Ben Stoner. Appreciate it. Also, as of right now, Barry doesn't have his cut, or he doesn't have his patches. Because his patches got... Oh wait, no, I think I have... Oh no, he has some of his patches. He doesn't have his two... He doesn't have his PM patch or his first 5 patch. Which you'll probably figure out today why that is, if you don't know already. I can't remember what people know in character and not. But I'm just gonna say it straight out right now. Barry has had probably the worst 8 weeks of his fucking life. So. Barry, where the fuck are you? I don't even know who that is.
Howdy.
Morning.
Morning. Sleep well, little guy?
As well as I can.
Good. As long as you give yourself some actual goddamn rest. Where the fuck is everyone?
I think I'm meant to be having like a command meeting with my 5 command members in like 10 minutes, so I'm assuming like something with that.
Gonna hit him with the it was all a test.
Oh, me getting shoved in a fucking hole for 8 weeks was a test, yeah.
Yeah. I'll be around for a little bit. For some reason, Nana wanted to speak to me for some reason. Don't know anything about her or why.
Yeah, just because they don't know a lot about you, Colin, doesn't mean they, or you don't know a lot about them, doesn't mean, you know, it's the same the other way.
What?
Just because you don't know a lot about these cunts doesn't mean they don't know a lot about you.
Yeah, I suppose that's a good point.
Cunt, don't be fucking wanting me when I've just been fucking... I've barely fucking... I haven't seen the sun for 8 fucking weeks, cunt. You're expecting me... expecting me to have rational fucking thoughts, cunt.
Well, you made sense. It's just you fumbled your words. Oh my goodness!
What is it? What?
You didn't even chew.
Vows drink. Oh fuck. That's the one thing about getting shot of loads. I seem to recover half decently.
Yeah. I feel like a huge bag of shit.
Oh man, I didn't try them for like shit.
Yeah, I was before that big gunfight. They were like, take at least 1 oxy pill, and I was like, you realize that might kill me more than the bullet will, you fucking idiot. I got a bad heart that can give out any second, and they're like, take an oxy, come on, just be careful. I'm like, what? No.
After I chat to these bozos, you have to fill me in on exactly what you guys did yesterday.
Sure. I'm gonna try to find Nana then while you guys are circle jerking. Sure that won't go on for...
Bazza Gaza.
Oh god.
Bazza Gaza.
If it's your entirety of command.
I'm basically...
You want me to call... Go ahead.
I was just saying, you know, my brain's not probably completely in the right state yet, so I'm just kind of trying to absorb a lot of info today, you know, about what the fuck's been going on while I've been gone.
Oh, so you're gonna be gone. You want me to call you in like 30 minutes to try to give you an out?
You can try, but
Oh, Barry! Oh, Barry! I need your help and no one else's. That's just you. It's an emergency. Actually, you know what? Just tell him you're going on a booze cruise. I doubt they'll ask questions.
Yeah.
Too soon?
Not wrong. Alright, I'll give you a buzz in a bit, alright?
No, we're...
Bro, fucking Colin, man. So Barry does have the list of 7 names, chat. He does have that context, and Barry did just see Ivy. I'm trying to think if, I think Barry would just be
Bazza,
non-responsive
Bazza.
to those names as of right now. Good morning.
You need food or?
Yeah, I had like 8 hot dogs. I'm gonna need like 10 more. You got any food, sure?
All right, the glizzy gobbler.
Just bring some to the meeting, all right? I'll see you there. We'll have it. Let's talk in the yard.
All right.
Yeah, I think I don't think Barry would be completely unresponsive, but I think he would be very cold to people on that list until he gets context. Because you got to remember, from Barry's perspective, he's just been through some of the worst shit of his life. The amount of shit he had to do to come back to this fucking club. And then now he's being given a fucking list of names that want him gone. You know? So it's just... big fuck situation. What happened to Barry? If you're talking about what the... like, chat would know, depending on whose, like, POVs they've watched. I'll say, just so you're in the loop of the conversations that are coming up. Barry was, while he was in Australia, he was taken by a group called Lagara. Was held... Barry's memory of exactly where he was is obviously a little fucked. Was held at some point in Oz for a bit, then taken back to LS and held for however long it was, weeks. Barry's concept of time, of how long it's actually been, is still pretty fucked. He got told yesterday that he'd been gone for 8 weeks, so he's kind of basing it off that. From what he got told yesterday was that he finally got released to them, but in exchange for Barry's release, the ADMC had to do a big drug job to get him back. That's all he really knows. And they exchanged him for that after a successful mission, so... But I'll explain probably the rest in character. Don't tell me that fucking car alarm's gonna be going off the whole time. God. Damn, a lot of people awake, huh? Jesus. Let's go find the old crown emoji. So strap in, chat. Make sure you got your popcorn today, okay? During the more intense convos, I'll have chat up, but I'll probably won't be responding to you guys, obviously. Just so I can try and... One thing I've noticed about myself looking at old clips is I do, sometimes I just do, like, I feel like it happens with a lot of RP stream. It's a lot easier to RP a character when you're not live. Because you don't have to worry about... You don't have to worry about someone typing, like, if Barry says, fuck you, they type, like, Giga Chad 50 times over or some shit. But I love you guys doing that. I want you guys to do that.
Bazza,
I just have to, it makes me, like, laugh and shit, so I gotta try and, like, avoid looking at it, because it, like, pulls me a bit out of character. So I might just, like, you guys can say it to yourselves or whatever. I might just try and, I don't know, we'll see how we go. Ballistic, thanks for the 36 months. Hi, Baz. Thanks for being an inspiration to me on my weight loss journey. I'm down 35 kg since October. Sheesh. Bro, that's fucked. Congrats, dude. That's fucking massive. 35 kg. Fucking hell. That's like 70... What's that? That's like 80, 90 pounds? What's a kg? I just told you what it was, Americans, because I knew some fucking... foot fucking user. Oh, how many feet is that? How many yards is a kilogram? You know, like, I knew that question was coming. God. It doesn't make it any better that it's meant to be like hot today, so. It's meant to be hot for like the next 2 days, and then the temperature like drops off a cliff, and then I think winter finally starts in Oz, which will be good. And it's winter bulk time. Oh, Barry needs to text Sis. I don't know if Sis even texted him, but Colin gave oh wait, this is her. Oh, Barry never responded to the first fucking text. Hey, it's your sis. I don't know where you've gone this time, but I hope wherever it is you're doing well. I miss you terribly. Think nowadays you're pretty much all I have left, Barry. Oh, man. Like, Barry's a fucking shit cunt. Fuck, what does Barry even say to that? Sorry for not keeping updated. Sorry. For not being around. Sorry for being a bad brother. I will make it my priority next time we're both awake to meet up. Yep.
Hello. When's this meeting?
I think now, pretty much. Just come to the yard.
Okay. There's that.
Hey, mate. Did I say ditto? I mean, it doesn't really make sense. Oh god. It does kind of seem a bit. I'll just put a ditto. Hey, you happy? Fuck, see I was talking about the chat shit? God damn it.
I apologize, Lord Glizzy Gobbler.
What the fuck are you looking at my cock, cunt?
Who is talking about your cock right now? Only you are talking about
You were
I'm
staring
talking
directly at my fucking penis, cunt.
I have glasses on, first of all. You don't know I'm fucking staring at anything, alright? Second of all, they didn't have any fucking glizzies for you, so you're gonna have to have that.
Yeah, I wasn't specifically looking for the hot dog, it was just what I was given before.
I don't know, it sounded like you wanted 10 more glizzies to gobble.
Entire slice in one bite. Alright, get snacking, chat. Get snacking,
fucking
lads.
radio. Guess I'll call the others, get them over here.
Barry, you're gonna get sick eating like a maniac.
To catch up for some lost time.
come to the yard. We're meeting. Yeah.
Let's say I didn't warn you when you're getting sick.
All right.
Oh
Is
my
Finn awake?
God.
Finn's not awake, is he?
No.
No.
I gave him a call earlier. I don't know. I'll give him a call now, but
Gotcha.
Did anyone even
I'm
tell
fine,
Finn? Did anyone tell Sand about this, by the way? Because I didn't message him.
He's not waking up.
I told Shang to set it up, so. Is Shang awake? Sand's sick?
Oh,
Fucking
yeah,
hell.
Shang and Core on the way.
Everyone's getting sick these days. Stay away from me. God, there's so many drinks here. I'm gonna try and smash these out. Alright, I'm gonna try and get immersed here for a second, chat, so bear with me, alright? There's a bunch of shit I need to say to make sure that they understand in character, so.
Hello.
Hey.
Morning. Alright. I guess, there's probably a few things that you guys need to get filled in on.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm here to give answers before I get some. I guess it starts with whatever you want to fucking know. I mean, at this point, you know, I guess my own personal business is kind of being aired out, so at this point there's not really any reason not to be completely transparent, so.
Who kidnapped you?
Same cunts that you saw, wherever the fuck we ended up on that shore. The Gara.
Yeah. How did they kidnap you? And where?
Over the last, few months. I say few months. Probably, I mean, again, my, concept of time is pretty fucked right now, so, anything to do with times and schedules is, could be a little misaligned, but let's say, whenever the first time I said I was going on a booze cruise, I wasn't just going on some fucking random cruise ship in the middle of the fucking, you know, Caribbean. I was going back to Oz. Got some shit there I was dealing with, and the last time you guys saw me was apparently 8 weeks ago, and from what I remember from that, we had a club meeting, and then following that, I spoke with Ed, Shang, and Sean. We spoke about some issues that were arising in leadership, and obviously gave you guys an ultimatum. And I planned on keeping my promise on returning in that 6-day time period that I gave you. But in between that time, I wasn't in LS. I did one final trip back to Oz, and on the way back, on the second, third last day I was there, or due to be back. So I would have been back probably at least a day before this this date that I'd given you, this 6 days. I got picked up.
On the map, it said that you were in need of someone who's better at this shit.
Wait, what map is this?
There was a map distributed. Apparently, it was yours. You'd left it behind.
What does it say on it?
That you needed someone who was better at this shit. That had a bunch of locations in Sydney, Australia, circled. Seemed like when I got in contact with Colin, he knew quite a bit as to what was happening, and he sort of mentioned you were looking for someone. Is that someone we should all still be looking for?
No.
They said you got sold out. They said that there was a kid that sold you out. Who's the kid?
Who said this?
Lagar.
That would be my kid.
Why did he sell you out? And do we need to worry about this going forward?
I mean, I can tell you one thing right now. I don't have any future plans on going back to that fucking shithole, so...
I know, but Barry, we need to try and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. They're here. That group, what if we still have to negotiate with them going forward? I'm telling you, the minute I see them, I'm shooting them in the fucking head. So I need to make sure that if there is someone else who's still trying to pull strings or whatever, that at least we're aware of it. I don't want to pry into your details and shit, I'm not going to. But I need to understand who this person is and if they're going to try and do this shit to you again.
My son and I aren't exactly on the best of terms. I didn't think it was to the point where he'd fucking offer me up to a fucking cartel while I'm trying to go see him, but guess I've been proven wrong before. And if you're telling me that they said he sold me out, then I'll just say it. Each time I've been going to Oz, I've been trying to, I guess, rekindle this relationship in some kind of way. Well, all of you at this point have been in this club since that other cunt was around. And all know the history of how Solomon was responsible for the death of my fucking son. And I guess, you know, I guess you think a lot of things when that kind of shit happens. Not just once, but twice in 2 separate fucking clubs. For those of you that don't know, this isn't the first time a member of my club has shot my son. A long time ago in the BBMC, before TJ was brought in, he used to be a cop, obviously, and I had to deal with the club where I don't care if you get into an altercation with my son, if it's on a job. You know, he's a cop after all, and we're a 1% fucking MC. Like, I understand how this situation goes. In fact, I probably shot at TJ myself a couple fucking times on a job without even knowing. I told them that, you know, fair's fair on jobs, whatever. Just, if there's no reason to go out of your way to hurt him, then I hope you wouldn't just for the sake of, oh, he's a cop, let's just shoot him for no fucking reason. Knowing that, you know, our relationship. And a few of the old crew, led by Dundee, were helping this guy named X out or some shit. Saw my son just on patrol, had absolutely no fucking reason to do anything about it.
Bazza.
I gotta mute that. Sorry, chat, let me just mute that. And, well, they, basically tried to kill him for fuck all reason, just to prove something to this random cunt that wasn't even inside the club. They could have picked any cop in the city. I think they just had a vendetta against needing something from a particular cop. And, TJ just happened to be the first one they saw. Had absolutely no reason to, do more than that. Pretty sure he was literally with another cop. But, I think, you know, Dundee obviously knew, our relationship at that time and just kind of wanted to, find a way to get it under the guise of it, you know, being a club matter, I guess. So that was kind of a shitty thing to hear after, but even after hearing all that, knowing that my own club nearly killed my son, we went to war the next day with, I think it was Mandem and Vargos, I think. It was like a 45 fucking day war, if my timeline serves me correct.
Yep, it was.
After all this shit happened, I didn't even have really time to process it. All I was, I think I was either road captain or VP at this time. All I was told is we're at war, so I didn't even really get an opportunity to even speak to D or anybody else about it. And I just went straight back into club mode and, you know, helped the club get through this whole fucking next 45 days. I guess, I never really, you know, went back to get, closure properly on that, even though he still lived after. And then, flash forward to this whole shit that happened, you know, last year or whenever the fuck it was. With all this Solomon shit, I guess, I don't know. I guess after seeing all this shit happen, you know, obviously I have, the club is the closest thing I have really to family left other than my sis and dad. But, you know, I think, just like everybody in this club, that, sometimes it's important to have, people outside this club that you care about as well. Of course, the club is always my absolute #1 priority, has been since the first time I threw on a fucking BBMC cut. And now to wearing the same patch we all wear. Except currently I don't have half my fucking patches. And, I don't know, I guess, maybe it was stupid of me to, go tracking down this little fuckwit, but, you know, we are blood after all, and I figured that, I didn't want to let... I didn't want to let another family member just fucking disappear without me saying anything to him, or getting that fucking closure. You know, after seeing how fucking TJ went out, I didn't even really get to... I think that the last phone call I had with him was just complete, like, nothing. I think it was literally just, oh, you know, hey, how many people in the club are awake? Oh, they're doing this, whatever. And then just, oh, I'll see you tomorrow. You know, I guess that kind of fucked with me a little bit. You know, not so much, I guess, mourning the loss of TJ, even though that was absolutely, you know, I like to announce it or not, part of the process. Of course, when you lose someone you're that close to, you're gonna be pretty fucking pissed about it. But, you know, I guess that's not really the reason why I've been, well, the complete reason why I've been going over to Oz. It's just, I don't know. It's just knowing that there's somebody else out there that shares your fucking blood, you know, in a similar way, but I guess slightly different to all of you, even though it's not my blood on your cut. You know, I'm the one that placed that that handprint on the back of your cuts. It's kind of similar in that way where, you know, it almost upset me. It almost felt like there was, to put it in club terms, I guess a club member out there that was just being dis-fucking regarded. And, As you know, I'd do anything for this club, and the same thing I'd do anything for someone I have blood relation with, ship with, and I guess, even knowing how shit of a fucking relationship we had, I wanted to see if it was at least solvable, and, I mean, I guess after all this, I kind of got my answer on that, so I got closure one way or the other.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm
Sounds
sorry
like you
that it
tried.
happened.
Can't do much more than try.
Do you think we'll have to worry about this coming back up? Do you think you'll try and do something while you're here?
If he's the reason why those fuckwits swooped me up, and he used my if he used me as leverage to benefit him in some way, then yeah, I think if he wanted to do something to me, he would have done it a long time ago. I think he just saw an opportunity when I was in Oz and didn't have anyone else with me other than Colin.
Sounds
But
like he did something to you. He used you as leverage. He used you.
They
Barry.
said-
he already did something.
They said yesterday you weren't the target. What does that mean? Is it something about a name?
knowing what I know about this little fuckwit, if he's gotten himself involved in this Ligara or whatever fucking crew is going on in fucking Oz, if I had to fucking hazard a guess, I would assume that little dumb cunt probably bit off a bit more than he could fucking chew in some kind of situation, and then saw that I was in Oz, you know, because I did actually meet up with him and have a few conversations with him, even though they were pretty fucking one-sided. It was basically me just talking shit, I guess, just throwing shit at a wall and see what would stick with him. If I had to guess, I would assume he probably used me as a fucking HVT, as the cops would fucking say, and probably offered me to them in exchange for relieving him in some way. I don't know if he owed them money or drugs or guns or what, but I mean, after doing this shit for a while, I know there's one way to get a guaranteed payday from another group or club in this city, and it's to have their fucking leader, as most people would do for their leader in this club, whether it's a fucking MC or a fucking Southside gang. Most people would give whatever money, guns, blood they can to get their fucking leader back, and I assume after I told him, you know, what I do in LS and you know, the kind of people I surround myself with, he probably took advantage of that. So if they're saying that I wasn't the original target, I'm gonna go ahead and assume it was probably fucking him.
There was something those guys said before they flew off. That your son was right. That you did have value. So I think you're spot on thinking that he traded you to pay off some kind of debt.
Seems that way.
Can't think of another reason why they would have said that.
In terms of what happened after that, again, the last thing I saw was every time before I'd come back here, back to LS, I'd always meet up with Colin. There's a bar in Sydney we'd usually go to, just kind of chill. I wouldn't really drink, but it was nice just to have a conversation with an old friend. And as we were about to go to that, I got a phone call from him telling him he wanted to meet up. Telling me he wanted to meet up. I thought it was a little weird that he wanted to meet up alone, but, you know, I guess it was stupid of me and maybe moronic even to fucking give him an opportunity to have that, but I know a lot of people in this city and back in Oz, and I've never had someone fucking extort me for fucking, use me as leverage for fucking whatever fucking shit he owed to them. So it wasn't even something that even crossed my mind. So I was like, you know, fuck it. I've got 2 days before I need to be back in LS. I'll have this chat and see what I can do here. And last thing I saw was after he pinged me to a location, the last thing I saw was him walking down the street towards me. I don't really remember completely, but it kind of almost looked like he was like smiling. You know, it was the first time I'd seen him like happy since I'd been there. And next thing I know, I'm getting my fucking head kicked in, and I don't know how long after I wake up in some fucking... The first place I was at almost thought it was something out of fucking Saw. I at that point on, I wasn't sure anything after that was even fucking real. I thought I was in some kind of fucking movie, I'll be honest. I was in a room just like the most like locked, secure shit you've ever fucking seen. Chains, fucking old pipes dripping. They didn't really they didn't even give me information as to why. They just took my phone, took all the shit I had off me. Part of it, they were even speaking a different language. I don't even know what. But one thing I could tell that I could translate was how much they were laughing. I don't know exactly what at, but they would just look at my phone, go through my shit, just stare at me and fucking laugh. Anytime they wanted me to shut up, I guess, it was pretty fucking easy for them. I was completely unarmed, and I'm gonna be honest with you, the first few times I came conscious, I know a few of you have probably seen me fucking going off and yelling, but yeah, sometimes I can't bite my tongue, you know. I was maybe even a little cocky towards these cunts. You know, I told them like how much of a mistake this was gonna fucking be, and that my fucking boys would be here and be the last thing they ever fucking saw. They just laughed, obviously. Anytime I'd kind of get uppity at them, they just, you know, typical gang shit. They just beat the fuck out of me. At least one good news for me at that point was, you know, I've been shot and fucking beat down so many times in this fucking city that half the time it feels like anything from the neck down I can barely even fucking feel. But that doesn't stop my my body itself from wanting to fucking shut down. They barely fed me. I think I don't know if they looked up like a manual on how much a human body actually needs to, the minimum it needs to stay alive, but I want to say I was probably operating on like a couple hundred calories a fucking day. And you know, what I assume fucking days passed, you know, funny enough, I didn't, every room I was put into, I didn't exactly have access to the outside world. I wasn't even sure at that point if I was still in Oz or in LS. Every time I woke up, it just... You know, I never really gave up on the club. I knew you guys would come eventually. Although I knew it would probably be a little fucking difficult for you to fucking actually find me because of, you know, me not being truthful exactly where I was going. But I knew that there'd be something that, you know, you guys could figure out. You know, when you start losing concept of time and you start wearing the fuck down and you're barely eating and you haven't seen the fucking sun in fucking days and all you have is your thoughts with the odd interaction with some random masked up fucking guard that's using a fucking voice changer that's not even speaking your own fucking language. I can't lie, it did get to me a bit. You know, when they told me it was Edbert when I first came back and they told me I was gone for 8 weeks, I could have promised you it felt like fucking years. As I said before, it got to a
Went through
point
something
where
shitty.
it got to a point where I couldn't even tell if I was actually conscious or lucid. I don't even know if half of my memories of where I was actually happened or not. And then, I think it was one of the... Again, my timeline of events is a little fucked, but... I think it was one of the last nights before I got given back. Or, I say given back, handed over. Which, by the way, at no point did they say anything about this whole fucking job. Apparently you guys did. Every single time I came conscious, they told me that no one was coming. That everyone was texting my phone, having no idea what the fuck was going on. They weren't even... They said they had cameras all over the fucking place and they were watching club members just fucking scramble and have no idea. That they're not even in the right fucking country. You know,
We were looking.
yeah, I don't doubt that. You know, it's easy for me to stand here after the fact and, you know, be like, oh, I always knew, you know, I always knew, whatever. But, you know, when you're in that situation, it does get a lot fucking harder to kind of, you know, keep that mentality. And, you know, after the 20th fucking time someone's saying it in your face and, you know, in a way kind of proving it. They'd show me the odd photo of one of you in LS. One of them was, fuck, where was it? I think one of them was like, you guys in like an industrial area where the old fucking... From what it looked like, it was where like the old shop guy used to be. I don't even know if he still fucking works around there.
They
Yeah.
were pinging us around, dropping off patches from you. Obviously, we were going to them with the hopes that, you know, either they're there and we can catch them, or you're there and they're willing
My
to
patches.
hand you over. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think, Shane, you have them, don't you?
Sean and Finn.
There you go.
And they'd, yeah, they'd kind of wave that shit in my face and just, you know, laugh and say, you know, these guys got no idea what the fuck's going on. Like, no one's coming to help you. Every day, just nobody's coming. You know, I think they knew I wouldn't believe them if I said, if they completely just doubled down and said that nobody's even searching. But I think they found it funnier that they knew that someone from the club would be searching for me, but they'd have no idea. And yeah, I had no idea up until the point where they were pulling that fucking sack off my head that I was even getting exchanged. I thought I was just getting moved again for the fucking 40th time. It felt like I probably moved like 30 different fucking locations over the time I was gone. They just constantly would wake me up, feed me the absolute bare fucking minimum. I don't even know if it was food by the fucking end of it. Not that I could fucking barely see it anyway. Wake me up, throw a fucking sack over my head. We'd be moving locations. One of the final nights before I came back was the first time I saw the moon. I woke up, I think, for a few minutes. At least I'd like to think it was me waking up again. It could have just been completely fucking lucid dreaming, but I woke up and I was in some fucking old rundown motel. I think I actually know the one I was at in Sandy, and I could see just a little bit of the outside. Just the top of electricity pole. And the only other thing I could see other than that was the moon. It's the first time seeing any kind of light. I could barely even fucking stare at it. Felt like I was staring at like a solar eclipse. You know? It was just so bright.
Jesus.
You know, I could swear Yeah, it sounds fucking crazy. I swear I could feel like the warmth of the moon. I don't know if anyone's ever fucking said that before in the history of mankind, but it was so bright. I felt like I could feel the warmth of the fucking moon. And I looked around and there wasn't even a there wasn't even any guards at that point. It was the first time that when I woke up, nobody was even around me. I'm pretty sure the room I was in didn't even have a fucking door. It just led out to, you know, the outside world. But I think the most fucked thing of all with that was that I because I'd been starved and so malnourished for, again, in my mind, it felt like years. Felt like literal years I was in this fucking hell. I couldn't even leave. You know? It's really weird, and it's something that, you know, when I think back to now, it doesn't even completely make sense, you know, because the entire time I wanted nothing more than to get back to this fucking, to this city, back to you guys, back to the fucking yard, you know, back to my home. But when I sat there, you know, I was just sitting there in the warmth of the shiny moon, and I couldn't even get up. You know, a part of me almost felt like I'd been there for so long that I didn't want to. And I know that's not true, because when I think back to it now, it doesn't make any fucking sense, because that's not the type of person I am to not want to fucking come back here, as you know, and as all four of you have known for literal fucking years, that, you know, the clubs we've all been a part of have been my entire life in this city. You know, there's very rarely times where I do shit outside of the club, and when I do, it's, you know, maybe shooting cops or fucking hanging out with an old friend and just getting up to shit, whatever. But outside of that, you know, it's always been club first, but I just remember the distinct memory of just sitting there and just being like, you know, maybe I want to enjoy this, this moonlight just a little bit longer. But then I thought about all the shit that we went through to get this fucking club off the ground. I thought about all the shit we went through back in the fucking BBMC days. You know, some of you know more than others about that, but all of you were a part of that. And all of you were a part of when this club first got off the ground, and how fucking stressful it fucking was. Not even just for me, but for all of you guys, because you all played a part in getting this club to where it is today. Regardless of how you guys feel about each other at this fucking current point, there's something that I will never sit here and accept, is people in this club talking shit about the leading members of this club in all the different ways you guys have contributed to getting to this point. Because I promise you, if there were a bunch of other people put in the same situation we were in getting this club going, with how much shit we went through at the start, with certain people not wanting this, getting shot by others, bringing people in that ended up fucking betraying us, you know, I promise you that there aren't many people in this city, if any, that could go through all of that and still be standing here with a giant fucking club to show for it, you know. Yeah, it was just hard. You know, I don't say that about a lot of things in the city. Oh fuck, that was a hard job going through all that.
I mean, it sounds like it was hell.
Yeah. Trust me, I would have much rather had done 100 meth runs over and over where we're risking our fucking lives, getting chased by cops. I would take that in a fucking heartbeat over having to go back to even just a day of that.
Can I ask your son?
Custer, thanks for the raid, dude. Sorry, I'm just trying to
What's
stay
his
immersed.
name? Just in case we ever see it pop up anywhere, so we can be alert and ready.
It's funny, when you say that, I don't even know. Because, he doesn't even go by, my last name anymore. I'd prefer, not to say his, previous name. Not that it matters anymore anyway, because that name died a long time ago. Yeah, I'm obviously kind of responsible for that, but he doesn't even go by his original birth name, so a name wouldn't even be it wouldn't mean anything right now because it's not linked to anything, and I guarantee you that's not the name he went by associating himself with this Ligara. And all the conversations I had with him, again, they were very one-sided. It was just kind of me doing a lot of talking and justifying and you know, trying to fill in gaps and reason. But yeah, he didn't once give me his name or his new name, I guess. Which I mean, should have been I guess a red flag, but. You know, when family's involved, whether it's club or your own blood, you know, you kind of do some stupid shit sometimes.
Is there any specific traits about his looks that we can be on the lookout for? You know, scars or tattoos or some shit?
I like to think he kind of looks like me. At least, at least he looks, I like to think he looks a bit more like me than his mum, but...
How old is he?
25. Which I guess, kind of leads to the point that, you know, I'm sure... I haven't really been asked it a lot recently, because no one really gives a fuck about age in this city, but I'm sure some of you have at least been in a conversation where someone would ask my age, at least back in the BBMC days, and I would tell people I was 30-something. I think when I first came to the city, that might have been true. But yeah, I'm 45 as of this point. I had him quite young.
Jesus.
In retrospect, maybe a little too young. You know? I don't know if kids should be having kids, you know? But I still think 20 is just... You might be classified as an adult by any kind of government in any country or whatever, but I don't know, I think you're still a kid at that point. But, you know, I can see why people never really call me out on it, because I, you know, probably still look as youthful as a 28-year-old myself, so...
Yep.
Maybe understand why people never questioned it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think when I came to this city, I would have been 39. So I guess technically when I first probably mentioned it to whoever the fuck I was talking to when I first came here, it was probably technically true. But I just kind of just kept saying it, you know. Not that it makes that much of a difference in anything else, but I guess it just maybe helps you understand a bit more about me.
I mean, we're just happy you're back in one piece. See?
You're not gonna distract me, chat. Fuck you. I've been doing well so far. Yeah, me too. Trust me, it might not have, seemed it when I first saw you guys, but I was, for lack of a better term, over the moon. You know? Because, yeah, I guess I just couldn't really register if it was even real when I first saw you. Because, you know, at that point, and I know it, again, it's only been like 6-8 weeks, whatever the fuck it's been, but it felt like a fucking lifetime. I can't even explain how fucked my my perception of time is right now. Even now at this point, I don't even know if it'll ever really recover. You know, it feels like feels like I've lived like 3 different lives at this point. But, you know, I'm still alive, so there's always that.
I don't think I have any other questions around it.
I don't think so either. Just happy you're here.
Cust, thank you again for the raid. Can we get some love in chat for Custy dropping a raid earlier? Sorry, I was really just trying to stay immersed, chat. There's a lot of shit I've been building up with Barry, so it's hard to try and remember all of it.
Shang, Sean.
But thank you guys. Barry's not a werewolf. Don't fucking... I knew that was gonna happen. Barry's not a werewolf.
No. No.
I want to, make this clear that, you know, with people in this club, I always, you know, I think it would be unfair of me, especially because, you know, I've got at least 2 family members, in this city. Well, used to be 3, but, I always, you know, want to give people the opportunity to have a life outside of this club. You know, I don't expect everyone in this club to be a brainless robot that's just ADMC, you know, 24/7. You know, I want people to still have some kind of relation, you know, because everybody needs, it's not that I don't think it wavers your loyalty to the club, but I think it's just a nice reward to still be able to live as a normal person while living the life we do. But that doesn't excuse me from, you know, me disappearing for days, weeks, months at a time. I'm not telling you. I guess my only real justification was that, you know, every time I'd come back from one of these booze cruises, it from my point of view and from what most of the language was that I was told, you know, it seemed the club was doing really fucking well. And, you know, up until fucking recently, you know, I've been so impressed with how the club is operated, and it just seemed like every time I'd come back, it was, oh, we just did Maze Bank, we just unlocked this, we just did this. Now we're selling these, we're doing this. Just a massive job. You know, it really seemed like, you know, all of us had trained up the club to a point where they didn't need any individual person to get shit done. It was truly what I wanted when I set out with this club, that I wanted to make it a little different to, the BBMC days. I came back to this city, I didn't want to just, you know, leave where we left off and just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna be this fucking tyrant asshole where everyone just listens to exactly what I say and just follows along like a bunch of fucking sheep, you know. I wanted to try and empower people to, you know, still abide by club shit, you know. We're still a fucking MC after all. There are ranks and responsibilities and whatever you want to call it, protocol, I guess. But, every time I came back, you know, there'd be a few minor issues, but nothing that alarmed me too much. Nothing that alarmed me as much as shit I saw back in the old club. And I guess in my mind, that kind of justified me to be able to take that time away, knowing that, shit would be fine. But clearly, you know, there's been some underlying shit that, you know, I am responsible for not seeing. You know, whether it was just a communication issue or, you know, not even just you guys, but everybody else in the club that I spoke to, you know, just wanted to keep shit light. You know, even like Patchman, you know, because, you know, I trust your guys' words on how the club's being, you know, led and all that shit. You know, there'd be times where I just, you know, while I was in the city for the short amount of time that I was, you know, I'd just ask a random patch member, like, how shit's going, and they'd only ever say, you know, the most positive shit I've ever heard. Which I guess should have been a bit of a red flag for me. Because nothing's ever just as clean cut as that in this city. Everything can be going right, and you can be making money and driving fast cars and, you know, doing shit with the club, but you know, there's always other shit you got to be on the lookout for. And I guess my mind was just a little preoccupied with all this other shit where I didn't look hard enough for the problems. So I just want to say that I'm sorry for not giving you the full truth on where I was going. Even though, you know, there are stuff I like to keep personal. And again, if this shit didn't escalate to the point it's at now, I probably still at this point wouldn't have even brought that shit up because it has nothing to do with the club outside of affecting me personally. So it was something that I never really anticipated to come back on the club in any way. And the only reason it did is because I did go to Oz. Again, this fucking kid of mine's, he's not some big badass like his dad, right? He's just some small-time little fuckwit. Probably just got himself into the wrong crowd, I guess, being these Lagara cunts, and yeah, well, yeah, did what he did.
I mean, we also fucked up too, B. We didn't check in with you like we should have. We didn't ask the hard questions.
Oh my god. Oh,
I
by the
can't
way,
speak for
chat,
anyone
just
here,
because
but,
Barry's
you
being
know,
very positive and wholesome right now does not
maybe we felt
mean
like it wasn't our place.
he won't go
It should have
crazy
been our
soon.
fucking place.
Because he has not watched the video
The
yet.
entire reason we were getting these fucking roles.
Sorry. He has not watched the
We
video
should have
yet.
been asking you where the fuck you were going.
Half
how we
the
can
reason
do
why I wanted to not watch it yet. Because I know it's probably going to
You
make me
should've fucking-
super fucking pissed.
had the courage to do that kind of shit.
Just so you know.
You deserved at least that much.
Don't think this is like, oh, happy ending.
So I don't think this is any one individual has any blame here.
I haven't
it's a
watched
shared
it.
one.
I know it exists,
We
and I
weren't
know
acting
it's
like a fucking team.
and I
We
know
weren't
it's
acting
bad,
like a club.
but I haven't seen it. So, and I will watch it
We
today.
let you down.
We should have known sooner.
That's whatever. I use crying over spilt milk, as they say, right? So, now that you four pretty much know all there is really to know about me and my time in the past, not even just 8 weeks, but I mean, I think the first time I said booze cruise, I think the first time I went over there because of this shit was, my god, it could have been 10 months ago. I don't even know how long it's been since TJ's been gone at this point. Probably shortly after then. Now that you guys have a bit more context, I guess, about what's been happening with myself. There's clearly some shit that's been going on with the club that I need to be informed about. Here it comes, chat. Here comes the spice. Barry has had his time to talk. Now it's their time.
I think it'd be best if either Shang or Sean started.
Oh. Alright,
Would you like
wholesome
to,
segment over.
No, go for it.
One thing I'll mention before you start is Edbert sent me something yesterday. Some kind of video or whatever, which I have not watched yet. And a list of names. If anything is related to that, keep in mind that I have not seen that for myself.
I'd probably just watch that first then.
I would say so as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, I'd say let's have this meeting once you're done watching it. I mean, it's an entire video dedicated to me and you, so in a way, I'm kind of touched. But I do think it's integral.
Damn, they want me to
You can
watch it
dick around
first.
for 20-30 minutes while you watch it.
The video itself is 20 minutes, but if you pause it as many times as we did,
I'll
it
ma-
would probably end up
I'll
being
make
double
sure
that.
I'll make sure not to pause it, considering you know, your guys' time's probably limited. You guys fine me seeing this thing for 20 minutes then?
Take all the time in the world.
So fine with you, Sean?
Yep.
I'll be quick. I'll be back behind the shed. I'll watch it on my phone. I'll be right back. Just make sure you're back here in 25
I'm gonna get
25 minutes. Oh my god, is Sean dipping, or is he trying to get like a word in?
Did you still want to talk to me at some point or no?
What's up?
Did you still want to talk to me at some point or no? Or is it just this meeting?
I mean, well, let's have this first while everyone's here, and then yeah, we can go from there.
Right.
I'll be quick. Oh! It's fucking car alarm.
Hey,
Can you give me a radio? I'm gonna shut this fucking car alarm off in this fucking garage. I'll just be
yeah.
behind the fucking shed.
I'm just gonna give you mine. I'm gonna be mine for a little bit.
Alright, just,
Yeah,
just
behind
drop
the
it there.
shed?
I'm just trying to find where this fucking car is. I see it.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. Bye.
Shut the fuck up! Please be this one. Please be this one. Oh. Alright, chat. You want to watch this video? We got to try and not pause it. Because I know Irish especially, it's kind of late for him. Again, this stream won't be super long today because I don't want to rush the RP with all of this. Basically, the purpose of the stream today is to give Barry's perspective on where he's been and get the perspective of what the club's been doing. And then tomorrow is probably when we'll start doing what we need to do. You know what I'm saying? If there is something that needs to be done. Alrighty. Oh, God. So I do know about this video. I haven't actually watched it. I'm gonna try and not pause it as much as possible, okay? So I'll just try and talk over it. But if I miss something, we'll just go back. Oh, this doesn't look good, though. Ziggy, 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 huh? What's Ziggy got to say? God. What's Ziggy got to say about Barry fucking Benson, eh? Let's fucking see. Hold on, let me, is watching something on phone. Deep in thoughts. Alright. Watches video on phone. Hold on, let me mute the in-game. Let me just lower it a bit, actually. Ready, chat? Ready for this?
All right. Hey,
Hey.
it's Ziggy.
Hey, Ziggy.
I know my hair is short. I don't have my mustache. It's been a rough week. Couple weeks. We can talk about that later.
Okay. Didn't ask, but
I'm
that's
recording
alright.
this because I think there's something important that needs to be addressed, and I wrote something out. Initially, I wrote this for when or if I got to speak to Shang about everything that has gone on recently. So, majority of
What is going on recently?
is formatted in the context of me speaking to him. In the end, though, I do address the club as a whole, and I
Okay, we get like a couple pauses max. Couple, but really quick ones, if we need them.
So I'm going to say
three. We get 3 good
I
ones.
Just need you to hear, because I'm going to talk for a bit.
Let's go for.
Let's just start.
Oh, 19 minutes. We're fine.
I understand that at some point I'm going to say something that you will want to respond to or explain, and trust me, I want to hear what that is, because you are due that respect.
Is this
and
for me or
everyone
Shane?
deserves that much. I'm sure you're not happy that something like this hasn't happened sooner, or you weren't directly asked immediately, but I assure you there is plenty
Okay,
of
so he's
reason
talking
for
about
that.
Shang at this point.
What I need right now is time to address what is necessary.
Tetra, thanks for the 46 months, dude.
First off, yes,
First Jerry, Wishin,
I was inside your
Lexi,
house.
Custy. Huh?
Both Sean and I were urged to come inside by TJ. I'm not going to try and make sense
TJ?
of seeing TJ. Frankly, there's too much going on for me to try and
TJ, the
wrestle
dead
with that
guy?
at the moment. But regardless, he told us that he was living there and that we needed
TJ
to
told
come
you he
inside.
was living in
When I
Barry
walked
and
in,
Shang's
I was met
house.
with a lot of blood that
Oh,
trailed
God.
from Barry's room.
What?
Looking like someone had been dragged from the bed to the front door.
Okay, I didn't do that, just so you know. I don't know what the
we
fuck
all
that
have
is.
seen our fair share of bodies.
I don't know if that was Ligara or
and
what, but
we
that's
know
not how Barry
that
left the city.
That amount of blood that was in your house.
I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Certainly wouldn't leave someone alive, or at the very least.
Was Shang
either
trying to
laid up
make it seem
in
like he
coma
murdered
or
me? I don't know
blinded.
what the fuck's that.
I'm not going to pretend to know the entirety of the conversations you've had with
Did he
everyone.
kill someone in
but
Barry's
what I can
bed?
recall is being told that when asked about the blood initially, either you or Edbert said it was your blood. I'm confident that if that
Oh,
were
Shang's
the case,
blood.
we'd be having this talk in an infirmary. Of course, the initial instinctual part of my mind quickly drew a picture of what could have happened in my head, but because you are who you are, I cast it out. We are no stranger to you having killed other people, and maybe this was just more of the same. So be it. That's your business, and I
Okay.
was uncomfortable having been inside and seeing it. While I
Okay.
was concerned
So
with
far
what
it's not
happened,
bad,
I would
though.
have been okay with continuing to move forward if it were not the next day, TJ hadn't shown me a map that he found on the pier in Polito just below your house and mentioned to me that he doesn't know where his dad is. Him saying that last
Sounds
part
like just
stuck.
really bad timing.
I'm sure the map has made it back to you at this point.
So he said he doesn't actually care about the
The next thing
blood,
we
but he
should
cares
talk
because he
about
thought it was Barry.
is what happened to Maggie. While the logistics of you shooting her have certainly been a topic of debate,
Wait, what?
I think more
Who's
importantly,
Maggie?
it has
Prospect?
served as a catalyst for people to start talking
Patch.
and finally sharing their opinions on things. I understand that it may feel directly targeted at you, and to
Prospect?
be fair, a large portion of it is. But it speaks volumes to where and
So he-
who we are as a club.
So Shang shot a prospect.
Specifically speaking on Maggie being shot, I don't know the specifics of what was said or sent to Rue, but I can concede that initially that isn't a good way of handling it, even though that isn't defined whatsoever. However,
I mean, it's a prospect,
Maggie
we really-
then went in person to the VP of this club and disclosed that she wished to talk. This was approved by Sean, but she needed to tell others.
Wait,
She
after she was shot? Wait, sorry, only pause. After she was shot, she went to go talk to the VP or before? Before. Oh.
She then
okay.
began to reach out
Sorry.
to Finn,
It's important
to
to
me,
know context.
to Nana, to Kelly, and then afterward you.
Okay.
The right of a prospect has always been that they can walk away whenever they want without the threat of violence. Of course, we
The right of a prospect? The right of a prospect? Who the fuck? They're not patched, bitch. This isn't BBMC prospect. Prospects in fucking ADMC are like basically fucking hangarounds. Who gives a fuck about a prospect? I'll fucking shoot him.
We haven't had that many prospects.
The right of a prospect.
But we know that
they
it
get
is
told
indeed
when they
possible.
join that they have an opportunity
Remedy
to
was
leave
shot
when they
because she
want. That
ratted
doesn't
during the war.
that means
That
that
one
I
doesn't
probably
matter.
wouldn't shoot them unless they piss me
Alice,
off.
however,
Doesn't guarantee them
said
anything.
that it wasn't for her anymore, and she was not harmed.
Okay, so sorry, no more pauses. Oh, sorry.
So Maggie was shot because it wasn't good enough? The cheap excuse that has been said about all of this is, well, technically she's already gone, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Not only
wait,
was
so she
Maggie
said
still
she
in the process. Of
she said she
addressing
wanted to
her
leave, then
stepping
got
away,
shot. I mean, that's kind of
as
it's a little
club,
fucked,
we
but
let her contribute day in and day out in countless
if she
different
did
ways
something
for
to
over
annoy
a
Shang, that's a
year.
different story. But if she
said
was just trying to
herself she
leave
wanted nothing
peacefully,
more for
I'd
so
be
long
like,
to
eh,
belong to us as a person.
probably shouldn't have.
Maggie kept us afloat during the Hades War, joined at job after job to help move things forward.
Yep,
When
as
people were low,
prospects
she did
have
her
to.
best to keep their heads above
Faye
the
was a
water.
prospect for 8 months,
High
probably did
command
50 billion times that and got
constantly
treated
moving the
way
goalposts
worse.
for her,
Not that
for
you
her
should
to be
compare that.
patched because she couldn't fully state who she was in the club. Are we blind? Maggie wanted to be a pillar, a part of the backbone of who we are, for over a year. Any sane person would begin to question themselves and their self-worth after that long without being recognized, let alone acknowledged even a bit.
It is a valid point that yes, any sane person would say after a year of doing sanitation and stuff and all this other stuff, being like, man, I'm not really getting treated very well and would want to leave. That is completely true. Any sane person. What about ADMC makes you think that any sane person wants to fucking join this shit? In the sense of, as a streamer, cool, good content, whatever. In character, ADMC it's fucking shit. It's about a bunch of terrorists that fucking want to shoot cops on the fucking daily. Innocent people. Remember, cops, for the most part, unless they go bad, are completely innocent people. We shoot cops that roll up to a scene when they're trying to get, give medical to someone because we're in like a fucking a war or some shit. We're like, fuck this cop, he pulled up, let's shoot him in the head. ADMC is not bad people.
I know for a
are
fact
bad
that
people.
more
They are
talks
not sane
about her
people.
being patched were
So
happening
yes,
in
his
recent
point is
times,
correct.
but very obviously,
But
it was entirely
it's from
too
the
little,
basis that
too late.
ADMC is not insane.
When you shot her, you said, "You've given up before you even began to try." This couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth.
We're
and
the
you
bad
know it.
guys, but not the bad guys.
Why even set this standard for us if we do not follow it? We failed her as a club. She did not fail us.
Ha!
So what
I
was the reason?
don't give a fuck! No, dude, I wish Barry shot her. I'll be honest. If Ziggy said this to Barry's face, I probably would have shot him as well. Failed a prospect? They're a prospect! They're a prospect! Who gives a fuck? Out of character, yes. I'm sorry that you spent a lot of time in the video game doing a lot of boring shit. God, I couldn't do it. I couldn't make it into my own club. I'll just be real. If I had to do fucking a year of fucking sanitation and all this other shit to get in the club, fuck no, that's horrible. Bazza thinks, yeah, of course you'd want to fucking leave, but in character, yeah. You're screaming
Maggie
in
slowly
game? No,
going
not.
about
La, la,
it in
la,
a good way to say
no, we're good.
goodbye. She had proven more than enough that she deserved a
Maybe I
patch,
pressed V.
The patch on our backs. You even were wanting to fight with her in high command to get her patched. It wasn't that bullshit of an excuse that it wasn't good for you.
Yeah, didn't Cora say she
I know
wanted to
what
be
it was.
patched?
I saw in your eyes what happened when she said that she was.
I mean, she
leaving.
was probably really close to being
One of the
patched as
things
well, to be fair.
Maggie said, and I quote, "I don't have the fight anymore. I'm tired." I knew as soon as those words left her mouth, you were going to shoot her.
Like father, like
This
son.
brings me to my last and final point.
What about
Bear with me.
Winston? Nobody.
Just a little bit.
Sorry, last pause. Nobody cared when I shot Winston. Everyone was like, "Yay, Winston dead!" Dude, Winston was mad. I loved Winston out of character. I thought he was great. Great guy. Great RP. Great RPer. But no, in character, everyone was like, "Oh, Winston's dead."
Bit of a long one.
Nobody
I'm going to
cared. They
preface
cared
this
more about
last
the
bit
prospect.
with something I think is probably the most important thing about this club.
What? It lagged.
Something that we have forgotten. It
Okay.
is often that when things like this happen and many
Brother,
people
who's
may have
we?
expected different, someone will say,
That's not a pause.
"We're not the good guys."
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, no fucking shit.
Okay.
We steal, we stab, we shoot,
Yep.
we run, do
Yep.
drugs, drive
Yep.
fast cars,
Yep.
and a spot of murder. From
Way
time to
worse.
time.
Not even. No, not a spot. We murder like
All of us
daily.
have
Terrorists.
seen and caused our fair share of death.
Yep.
This straw man of a phrase, however, has begun to be used as an out to be cold to one another. When
Okay, if
Barry
you're talking
brought
about
me
club
into this
members,
club, he
I
made
can
it
agree
very
with that.
clear things
Blooded
were
in
going to be
members,
very different from the
prospects don't give a
BBMC
fuck.
of old. I understand there aren't all that many of you from that era, and even those of you who are,
You're not from that era. You're not from that era. It's pretty much just Barry from the actual era. Maybe slightly Finn and Edbert. They kind of came towards the end of like Dundee's whole thing. But nobody in the club. Barry's the only one left from that era. And Stevie. Was Stevie before Finn and Edbert? I can't remember. I think she was around the same time as Finn and Edbert, no?
might have.
Colin is
only
probably the
seen
only
tail
other
end of
person
it,
that can
but I
actually
digress.
comment on early BBMC.
He told me that this club
She was way before. Oh, well then
is
Stevie
its
as well then.
people. And it's patch. It's the patch over everything
So
else.
Stevie would be the great
no
person to
matter
talk
where
to.
we are or who they were, if they had a patch on their back, they mattered.
Benny? Nah, Benny was
All
late
of
BBMC.
who they
Very late.
were mattered.
He came in
Not
as like a hacker, I think.
Just what they could contribute. Of course, he wanted to propel the club forward.
What are your
and
thoughts on
structure
creatine?
is
5
needed
grams
for
a day.
that, But we were not meant to be heartless cogs.
If you're just
in a
starting
machine
creatine,
that
take
could
10
be
grams for the
tossed
first week,
aside
then 5 grams.
Whenever
Thank
the
you.
operators
Just for
felt
the first
like
week.
it.
Thank you.
The opinions and the voices of the club
No,
mattered.
10 grams if you're a 6'7"
That's why the
monster
Reaper
like
vote
me.
was
Yes.
instated. So those who led us could have varying and opposing views and can come to compromises or decisions for the better health of the club. Alongside that, to threaten a patch is to threaten the whole of the
Wait, who the fuck? Sorry. Bro, don't ask me about fucking creatine when I'm trying to lock in, okay? Now I've just missed somebody threatening someone. That's
He
his
told me
fault.
that
That's
this
literally
club
chat's fault.
is its people.
Yeah. Sorry.
And
He's where we
its
were.
patch. It's the patch over everything else.
We need a lock-in emote.
No matter where we are or who they were, if they had a patch on their back, they mattered.
Yep.
All
That's still true.
of who they were mattered.
Yep, that's still
not
true.
just what they could contribute.
Yes.
Of
yes.
course, he wanted to propel the club
But there are
forward,
levels to that.
and structure is
But yes.
needed for that. But we were not meant to be heartless cogs in a machine that could be tossed aside whenever the operators felt like it.
No, when you're blooded in, that is completely correct. When you're a prospect, you are absolutely just a cog in my machine, helping ADMC flourish. Once you are blooded in, then you are no longer just a cog, you are a member of the club. But if you're a prospect, in BBMC, when you were a prospect, it was basically like what Patched is now. In BBMC, when you were a prospect, we cared a lot more about you because you're representing the club. But I made sure in ADMC is more like a traditional MC. If you're a prospect in a traditional MC, you are dirt. You are dirt on their fucking shoe. You know? Like, you're barely in the club. I wouldn't even say in the club. You just have enough to where, like, oh, you're doing a lot for the club, so we don't really want you getting fucked with. So here, have a jacket.
The opinions and the voices of the club mattered. That's why the Reaper vote was instated. So those who led us could have varying and opposing views and can come to compromises or decisions for the better health of the club.
Yes.
Alongside that, to threaten a patch is to threaten the whole of the ADMC.
Yeah, I mean...
It is no secret after what happened and what I saw.
Barry did
have
hold a
gone
gun to
lots
Benny's
of the
head in
club
BBMC, but
to
that's
talk
right.
to them about their thoughts regarding it.
We're not talking
And I
about
have
that.
no issue stating that, nor will I ever attempt to hide it. As I stated earlier, of course,
And
those
Finn.
people have their opinions of you, but what is more important...
So Barry has held, and not in ADMC, but in BBMC, just context, I know it's a pause, sorry. Barry held a gun to Benny and held a gun to Finn. Benny, because he was influencing the club when Barry had his little emo arc, that Barry was changed and that he wasn't the leader and all this shit, blah, 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 and helped the club think differently of Barry, and Barry had to do a lot of 1v1s to actually... Not 1v1s, one-on-ones. One-on-ones to talk to everyone to get them back on his side and rekindle that trust. Finn blooded out somebody of the club without telling anybody else until it was already done. So yes, Barry held a gun to Finn's head. Barry, honestly, probably should have pulled the fucking trigger. He blooded somebody else. He was just a patch member, I think, at the time as well. Blooded out somebody of the club without telling anybody else until it was done. And at that point, and still to this point, Barry has never not been at a blood out of somebody in the club. Antonio was the only person ever in Barry's history that was blooded out of a club that he owned that he wasn't there for.
Is their opinions of the club's direction in high command.
It was command, same shit.
Now, I'm sure hearing
Still
that
not
there
good
are strong opinions about you can be incredibly frustrating.
Oh, and
to hear.
Ellie. I think I was
Why
busy that
haven't they
day.
came to me.
Sorry,
They
sorry,
could just
Ellie.
talk to me themselves.
I think I was busy that
The
day.
answer to that is fairly obvious. Fear. It is no secret that you are prone to anger and violence.
He's talking about Shang,
Most of
right?
us
Not
are,
me?
And
Not
we
Barry?
turn that outward to anyone who would stand against us.
Fuck, we're only
You,
10 minutes
however,
in.
have
Oh,
done the
God, I feel
opposite.
bad. No
Your
more
anger
pauses, no
has
more, no
led
more,
to
no
the
more.
belittling of those important to the club, making them question their worth or their job. Of course, everyone understands that we're not going to be friendly or fucking sunshine and rainbows all the time. No shit. But to demoralize and degrade, to be called useless, to feel like they, in fact, do not matter to
Who
the
said-
club.
Who is
When
he
Kelly
saying
was
is
sergeant at
useless?
arms, he was called useless and said that he was wasting others' time.
Wait, Kelly?
Even now, Sophie questions whether or not she deserves the role that she is so clearly fit for. One day you were getting
Why
ready
did Kelly
to go
get demoted?
boosting,
Didn't he fuck up somehow?
and they asked you to come, and because you had recently gotten upset over
I
some
don't think he
small
wa-
issue about
he was-
bet,
he-
you said, "Why would I go boosting with you people?" As if you weren't one of us. You have made the
I really
threat
want
of
to pause on
violence
that,
very
but I
clear as
shouldn't.
well. When Dean had
Wasn't
a
that like
conflict with
8
that
months
sneaky
ago, the
person,
bet thing?
he
Where
did not
Shang was
know that
like,
this
I don't
guy
want to
had
boost with you
DID
people.
and had weird fucked up personalities. But you were convinced that he did and was making things difficult because of that. When you confronted him
Wasn't
with Edbert,
that resolved?
Dean made an attempt to defend himself because of his tone, you pointed your gun at his head. A gun to your patch. Let's say Dean hadn't attempted to make a defense for himself. Damned if he did, damned if he didn't.
Why did Dean never
Ivy
bring
made
that
some
up to
mistakes,
Barry
and I won't
though,
pretend to know the entire context
or
of
the
this
VP
part.
from
But
Barry's
you and
point of view?
Edbert took her out into the woods and threatened to kill her as well. That she
If Dean brought
had
that up,
one
Shang
last
would have been
chance.
punished on the
Otherwise,
fucking
you'd kill her.
spot.
No Reaper vote needed.
I
These
don't think he
people
ever mentioned that to
do
Barry.
not speak to you because they feel either they do not have a place to speak, or they fear they will.
So yeah,
be
we do
killed
need to
for
talk
it.
to Dean.
We joined this club to do what we want and fight against oppression, not live under it.
Yeah, true.
Let's say that even somehow we look past all of that.
Okay.
You are erratic and often unpredictable.
Shang
You
really
say Sean is
underestimating
bad
how many
for
people thought
involving
he should be
himself at
VP.
the lighthouse when Big Ken has
overestimating.
videos of you at random killing locals and sacrificing people at death's doorstep, among
Locals?
several other things.
Doing
Only
locals?
to afterward forget that you had done any of that at all.
Yeah, he's
How is
crazy.
anyone to be sure of what you'll say or do when you speak to them? especially when you make.
I mean,
an
you're in the
active effort
ADMC. Everyone's
to
crazy.
Close them off.
Isn't that the point?
I know this to be the truth because I've experienced it firsthand. In regards to you, this is the last thing I say before I'll speak on High Command and the club as a whole.
Okay.
After you found out about me and Sean having been inside your house, you and Irish had an argument. Edbert and Tally being witness to it.
I mean, it's a bit weird
Again,
to go in
I
his
will not
house.
claim to know all of what was said.
I guess if
during
you
this
thought it was Barry,
conversation.
though, you
However,
could.
there
Why
is
would you
one
think
thing
Shang did
that
it?
has been repeated among the club. You said to Sean, "I wish I could put a gun in your mouth and pull the trigger."
Oh. Okay,
That
that's
is,
bad.
As it currently stands.
Yeah, that's bad.
Your VP of your club.
Yeah, that's bad.
Do you know what Barry did when Irwin started to become violent and
Name
erratic
dropping.
to those closest to him? When he started to turn his violence inward toward the club, Barry shot him.
I'm sorry, that's a pause. Barry did not shoot Dundee because he was crazy and erratic to his club. There were plenty of times where Dundee did that early in the BBMC. The reason Dundee was ultimately shot is because he told Barry that we are going to call somebody and we are going to kill them. It was not because Dundee like punched one of the club members in the head and he was a little crazy wacky guy. In fact, I'm pretty sure Colin shot him because of that. Barry did not shoot him for that. He thought it was fucking stupid and moronic, and it made him start to question him as a leader, but it wasn't the reason why. This makes it seem like the reason why Barry shot Dundee was because he was a fuckhead. That is not the case. Barry was fine with Dundee being a fuckhead, but when it was confirmed that he said straight to Barry's face, "Call someone down here now, we're gonna murder them to save my life," Barry said, "Oh my god, I can't do that. Dundee, shoot in the head. GG's. My club now. Yes. Yep."
Irwin Dundee was the PM and Barry shot him.
Yep.
Because he knew it was the only thing that was going to keep the club going in the long run.
After he said he
knew
wanted to
that
kill the
shooting
club.
him
Yep.
was ultimately club first.
Yep. Because he said, "I want to
As
kill club
Irwin
members."
had power.
He didn't even
and
care. He just said, "I
survival
want to kill
in
a
his
club member."
mind.
He wasn't even set on Antonio. He was like, "Just call someone."
How do you think?
He didn't give a fuck.
Or how do I think that should be handled or answered? I don't know.
Shang
know
saying
if I get
that
a
to
say.
Irish, though, Barry
I'm
would
just
not
the
agree
chaplain
with.
who barely contributes
Shang is
anything to
absolutely in the
club
wrong for
after
that.
all.
Especially
Right?
while Irish is still VP at that point.
To my last and final point, one which I will speak freely
bad.
on. Barry Benson, High
Hey.
Command, and the club as a
Oh
whole.
my god!
Because of his absence, while I do love and respect Barry, Barry has failed us as our PM, leaving us in the dark as a people and leaving High Command without its foundation. Barry should have stepped down a long time ago. High Command, I understand not everything can be solved quickly, and conflicting views make that worse. But to never compromise is the death of our leadership. With no one to reinforce it, sight of the club's original views and purpose has been lost. The club as a whole, we have been too silent on what our thoughts are. Even if they may conflict with one another, we must be open about what we think we should be doing, so that we can understand one another and continue to move forward together as a club. Some of us have made it clear that they are not here for friends, but rather a purpose. Some of us are here to belong to that purpose while fostering connections at the same time. Even if you feel like you in particular have not lost sight in what it means to be ADMC, you certainly have been too silent. Honestly, I know that with everything that has occurred, it will likely spark violence. There is certainly nothing I can do to stop that. What comes after this, I am unsure. But I hope with this bit of context and the bit of evidence that we do have, we can move forward I stopped writing at this point. I don't know what else to say.
Wait, it keeps going.
Thank you for listening for this long. And... well, I don't know what comes next.
Barry does.
This last portion of the video will be images that I took from inside Shang's house, along with a photo of the bloody handprints that were found that led to Shang's house. I followed the trail of them to the church in Toledo.
What the fuck side arc was Shang? I didn't tell him to do any of that, by the way.
And then a Bible verse written on the sign at the church. It is Deuteronomy 3:2, 3:5.
There's no way he said bloody handprint. I'm about to throw up.
But I will read that out to you.
I'm about to throw up if he actually said that. What the fuck is this? Oh, why is TJ there? Why is my dead son there? Which Barry thinks every time he's spoken to him is a hallucination. Why is he? I don't know how the fuck I'm meant to roleplay that, but that's fine. Oh, bloody handprint. Yeah, fucking hell. That's definitely not my fucking arc. I'll tell you that. That's not mine. If you think I do a bloody hand, yeah, that's the map.
This is the map. I'm sure everyone has this at this point.
Yep. Oh my god, he's crying. Look, he's got a tear tattoo.
The last one.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Shang was. He's got some weird side quest going on.
Deuteronomy 3:2, 3:5.
I mean, to be fair, it does look kind of bad. I could see why maybe it's linked. The fuck is this?
It is mine to avenge. I will repay. In due time, their foot will slip. Their day of disaster is near, and their doom rushes upon them. Thank you.
I could maybe have some kind... Barry could have maybe some kind of justification on their feelings of that being related to Barry if it wasn't in Shang's fucking house. You know? If it wasn't in Shang's fucking house, probably the guy that's closest to Barry in the club. Number one, because Shang has put in the effort to make that a thing. Not really because of my... I mean, Shang is Barry's hangaround, so obviously there's that as well. But he has also put in a lot of effort to try and get information from Barry to spark that. My thing would have been, oh my god, what's like... The blood thing, it's like... But let's just go into it. Let's just go into it. They've been waiting for a while. Oh shit, I'm meant to be walking. Fuck. Ugh. If you saw me run there, I was just tripping. Alright. Music off. Alright, well, Barry's had a lot of time to talk. Now it's time for the club. I really want to see some of the justification. Number one, I'll probably not look at chat again for this part. Bit 2. Back in shed.
Hey.
You get Cora and Ed back in the shed, please. And you.
Okay. Alright. Goodbye.
Shang saying that to Irish is fucked, though. If that's true. Shang can't go unpunished for that, regardless of his justification for it. Saying that you want to put a gun down your VP's throat. You cannot do that, my friend. I might have a solution to that, actually. Hey, I'm Cole. Thanks for the 42
2
months.
minutes to piss real quick.
Yeah.
All right.
T-Slaw, thanks for the 39 months. This Bros, thanks for the 52 months. Thank you guys. Thanks for all the subs, stay chat. Really do appreciate it.
You gonna tell me anything?
What's that?
So are you gonna tell me anything?
I mean, I think I've been doing a lot of talking for the last bit. I think it's your guys' turn, maybe. Fill me in on some stuff, and then I can give opinions.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, Barry. I'm not gonna waste my fucking breath repeating the same shit that's been skewed to the club for the entire time you have been here and haven't been here. I either tell you everything, start to fucking finish, and you listen to it, and then hear their side. I'm not wasting my fucking breath giving my side again just for them to interject and gaslight and try and piss me off when I'm trying to tell you what's going on, or anybody. You either talk to me and actually hear
One-on-one.
the shit that I've done, or the shit that they're accusing me of, or I don't waste my fucking breath.
I don't understand why you wouldn't want to talk with them in front of you so that you can justify your points. I understand they've probably heard it 7 different times, but, you know, I've been gone for apparently 8 weeks, and I want to hear it from you. I want to hear what you have to say in front of everyone so that there isn't this game, because I think that's been part of the problem from what I've been hearing about all this shit, is I think there's been a lot of conversations happening, but I don't think, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe there has been a fuck ton of club meetings, but from what I can see, it seems like people aren't expressing their thoughts to the right people or in front of the right people, and all these conversations happen behind closed doors to separate people, and then what you're describing right there is the exact reason why I want everyone here, so that you can give your side. Sure, I'm sure they'll bring up points, like when they say stuff, you'll bring up points of your context. That's how it gets solved.
Right.
Shut down, bitch! PM's back, bitch! Who is you talking to? I'm the king of one-on-ones. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? I know what a one-on-one means. Don't be acting like I don't know what a one-on-one is! As I was saying to Sean, I understand that there'll probably be a lot of repeated shit here, and I get that it's annoying to have to go over shit you guys have probably talked about for weeks on end, but unfortunately, I am still your leader, and your leader has been absent due partially to reasons out of my fucking control. But I want to hear the context of... I mean, Ziggy isn't here to talk about what I just watched in that video, but let's just start with... I guess I gave you my timeline from when I, you know, got picked up and was out of LS. Let's start with your guys' timeline of important points from that point on when I didn't return after that 6 days.
Alright, one sec. I'm in the yard if anyone needs me. I'm going off radio though.
Alright, lock in.
Yes, I'm good, obviously. Dumbass. I'm in the yard having a meeting. What do you think?
Tell them shut up.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna jump in real quick and say, I wasn't around for probably 2 to 3 weeks. I was getting surgery in Japan. The first 2 to 3 weeks, I have no idea about.
Okay, well, let's start with those... anything that happened within those 2 to 3 weeks so that everyone can be on the same page with that, and then we can go from there.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about what you fucking had for lunch or what fucking jobs you did. Shit that obviously has got us to the point where we're at now. And if there's nothing in that period, then just start from whenever Edbert returned.
Whenever I went to Japan, well, that entire time, I don't know. I don't really know where everyone was, but I think the club went pretty fucking great in that time. But again, it was really difficult because Sean was not around much. Ed was not around much. You weren't around much, or you weren't around at all. But I don't think anything too major happened. I'm trying to think if anything did.
Anything you can recollect, Sean or Cora, in that time that you think's of note? Otherwise, we can just
Besides
go
me being
to...
around, yeah.
Okay, when you Shang, when you say Irish wasn't around, what does that mean? As in, you didn't see him, or you are like what?
No, I didn't see him.
Then I'd ask the club if I was around.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't remember. I don't think there was much during the first couple of weeks, but Finn also said that you were not around.
I'm gonna be honest. If there's gonna be a wasn't around kind of thing, if you compare it to me, I'm around all the fucking time. So of course it's not that. But if that is not coming from me, saying that Sean was not around. I'm just I'm the person who sees it the most. If I don't think someone is around, there's no one better than me to say that, and Finn included. Just to make that very fucking clear, we're probably the people who are around the most. If you got your entire command saying that you're not around, and then me, it's not even a point worth
the
arguing.
person who has a trust issue with me, wants to put a gun in my mouth and blow my brains out, thinks I'm working for Norman, who has an agenda. Sure, yeah, I'll take your word for it.
All right, let's put it like this. I'm going to assume after the last conversation we had, and obviously at that point I had finally got to at least partial part of the reason why there has obviously been heat with the leadership in this club. It wouldn't surprise me to say that neither of you made any kind of effort to really want to be around each other during that point because of the ultimatum you were given, and obviously with the rough conversations you had just before that trying to figure that out. And the fact that you didn't get to a resolution makes me think that there was maybe a couple conversations that didn't lead anywhere, and then it was kind of just left until some of the shit started popping off.
I mean, I'll let these two talk for themselves when it comes to the conversations about the vote we were given. I never said what I was going to vote. I asked both of them individually what they were going to vote after they had both said that they were going to vote for Ed at the meeting, right? I was in prison. I asked them both. I had an hour-long talk with each, probably longer with Ed. You can say yes or no whether that's true or not. I asked Shang before I asked Ed. That was the first conversation. Shang said he was going to vote for himself. Then I asked Ed, and Ed said he was going to vote for himself, and that he was still voting the same way, and still believed that Shang was going to vote the same way. Then I asked Ed, well, or said you should talk to Shang, make sure that you're still voting the same way. And then he threw a rock or something that looked like a rock with a piece of paper over the top to. It was a pigeon. It was a really, really hard pigeon.
Flattened dead pigeon.
With two names on it, and both of them said Ed, right? And so you ask us at the back of this fucking shed yesterday who they're voting for, and now they both say Shang. My vote never changed.
This goes to all three of you. Was there any attempt after whatever this dogshit excuse for communication was to convey who you were each voting for? Any conversation after that to maybe get the reason why each of you were voting the way that you were, or trying to actually do the ultimatum that I gave you to make steps towards having the same name? Or was it just I'm voting for this person and then the conversation was left there?
Yeah, during the conversation Sean and I had, the whatever hour plus long one, I think I asked you a couple times who you were voting for, and you refused to give me the answer. At that point I realized you weren't willing to sort of work that out if you couldn't just be upfront and honest about who your vote was, because it shouldn't have been a hidden point. This is something
No,
you
it was more that
about.
Shang had changed his vote. And I wanted to see
You
if Shang was
you did not know that at that time, though.
I did, mate, because I talked to you first.
And I told. What did I tell you on the phone? I said that my vote
that you were
was
voting for
going to
yourself.
change. My vote was going to change until I
You said you were voting for yourself. No, you said you were voting for yourself.
Right, okay, besides that,
But there's no witnesses to that, so I'm lying or he's lying. It doesn't fucking matter. So, in short, no. Sorry. So,
my point is, yes, I did try.
Can you speak
but
up?
when you,
my
point is, I did try. Yeah, my point is, I did try. When you weren't being forthcoming with your vote and you were essentially hiding it, I realized.
I'm just going to ignore chat during this section, chat. Feel free to talk about whatever, but I'm just going to
explain your vote multiple times after I probed multiple times. I don't really have another word for it besides hiding it. We were all upfront about who we were voting. We all said a name besides you. In regards to the idea of my vote and Shang's vote changing as of yesterday, that came down to one very simple fact. I was gone for 3 weeks in Japan getting fucking surgery. According to Finn, Shang, and Korra, Sean wasn't around.
Damn.
Shang stepped up a lot. He led the club, essentially solo as a high command. And I could see the changes in him when I got back. I'd always intended to put myself up for the VP vote as a temporary fix. Shang deserves to get VP, in my opinion. That is why my vote went to Shang. Because in that time, in the 6 to 8 weeks...
Go ahead. Continue.
I was just about to say, in the 6 to 8 weeks I was gone, Shang was the one who stepped up. Shang was the one who showed up consistently for the club and led it. That is why my vote changed.
I'm not here to sit here and listen to he share. Oh, this person's this week this much. This person leads this much. That's all well and good. I can judge all that shit for myself. Now that I'm done dealing with this shit, and I mean, again, even before I went to fucking Oz to deal with this shit. It's not like the rest of that just disappears. Okay, I've known each of you for a very long time. I know what each of you are capable of. I think every single person in this room at one point is able to step into pretty much any fucking role that would be requested of them in this club. But when you say this person deserves VP, at this current point, nobody in this room deserves fucking VP for the simple fact that after I gave you that ultimatum, it wasn't to go around and just, have people say this and I'm voting this because of this. It was to have you three work together to give me the same fucking name. Ultimately, I'll just reveal to you now, I didn't even necessarily really fucking care if, the person you gave me, would end up actually being VP or not. It was simply just, it was clear that you guys were at such a low point in communication where, and for whatever fucking reason it ends up to, and I know there's a lot of different reasons as to why it's escalated to this point, part of which is my fucking fault for not being around and not actually seeing it for my fucking self and being blind to it when, I come around, I get told everything's good, bar maybe 1 or 2 times. I am very much a leader that needs to see shit for myself, which obviously faltered when I'm not fucking here, right? But to say that anyone deserves VP as of right now, I just don't agree with. And the reason why every person in this room except myself is command right now is because VP and high command have to fucking work together, and clearly during the fucking time and even before you guys were even realized I was fucking gone and maybe just, got stuck on a fucking boat somewhere or whatever, or on a fucking booze cruise. It's clear that after you guys had, your decisions or whatever, from my point of view, it seems like there was no further attempt after maybe one conversation to actually try and change that mind, right? It's not about how you treat people in this club when you're on good fucking terms with them, right? I don't judge people based on how nice Korra is to fucking Ed or whatever when they're hanging out every day or whatever and they're super nice. I judge people in this club based on how they interact with people in this club when they don't fucking agree what they're fucking saying. And each of you have had a point in your fucking careers in fucking, whether it's ADMC or BBMC, where I guarantee you fucking disagreed with something I've said. And each of you have probably at one point have come to my face and we've probably had a fucking screaming match to fucking resolve it. I don't even consider that a fucking bad thing. Right? Because at least then problems are getting solved. Yeah, we're all fucking terror. We're not going to solve things like they do down the fucking PD and have fucking meetings and shit. Although, of course we do have gatherings of fucking people where we talk about shit, but I don't always expect shit to be solved within those, right? But to sit here and say like that you guys actually gave it your all in trying to do what I fucking told you before I left, and it was to each work together to give me a single name, and you couldn't fucking do that, regardless of whatever fucking point. I could give less of a fuck what each of your reasons are for why you voted for yourself or another person or whatever. The whole point of that was to just establish some kind of fucking teamwork with all three of you, because that is more important than any fucking role on who should be where, whatever. Right? The only reason I can exist as PM is because I have other people in leadership roles that keep the club going. When I am gone, the VP is the acting PM of the fucking club, and I expect them to be the same thing that they need to have high command to rely on. So when it got to the fucking point, after I had the conversations with each of you and finally got to the point that some of you are having issues with Irish or vice versa, I finally got to the point where it was said to my face that there was an issue and that you didn't want certain people in positions. It was the first time I saw that, oh my god, it's not about where people are right now, it's that all three of you aren't working together. And to me, that is way more fucked, right, than trying to bicker and figure out who the fuck's going where. It doesn't matter who goes fucking where and if you agree with it or not. If all three of you aren't going to work together, it doesn't matter if Shang's VP, it doesn't matter if Irish is VP, it doesn't matter if Ed's VP, it doesn't matter if Cora's fucking VP. If you're not working with your fucking high command and the other leaders of your club, which at this point, if anybody here tries to, you can say whatever you want about each other and that this person did this, there is in no universe that any of you can say that another person standing in this fucking room hasn't worked hard in some fucking capacity to get this club to where it is now. Like the conversation we fucking had earlier, right, when I first walked in this fucking yard, each of you have put in hard work in different ways, whether it's doing fucking jobs, whether it's leading, whether it's being there, whether it's talking to people, whatever the fuck it is. I don't expect it to be a fucking black and white of everybody acting the same fucking way. We're a fucking 1% MC after all. There's going to be different people fulfilling different roles in this club. Some people are going to just work harder in whatever way you even define fucking work, because everybody has a fucking definition of what work fucking is.
Barry,
don't fucking interrupt me, cunt!
We're trying to talk to you.
Shut the fuck up!
We're trying to speak.
When I talk shit, you don't fucking speak! So when I fucking come back, you three dumb fucks still haven't fucking decided on a single fucking name! Don't fucking sit here and expect me to believe the bullshit that's coming out of your fucking mouth saying this person should be VP. Blow it out your fucking ass. You can't give me a single fucking name. It's not about who's VP. It's not about who the leader of this fucking club is. What do you not understand about that? I do not give a fuck about what your reasoning is. The fact of the matter is, I told you to do something as your fucking leader, and you did not fucking do it. Am I right or wrong? Or is one of you giving me the wrong fucking name?
No, because to be fair, no offense, Barry, you're not listening. The reason there's no one name is he doesn't trust me. Both of them don't trust me, and it goes vice versa. I never lost trust in these two. But Shang will tell you he does not trust me.
Sorry.
So you expect I'll go to bat for Shang right here. Regardless of if he wants to fucking put a bullet in my mouth, do you expect him to fucking come to a name or give my name or vice versa when he doesn't trust me? Are you serious? Do you think that's what it comes down to?
This is exactly why I'm having this meeting. To figure out where this distrust comes from, because the last conversation I had with each of you, number one, it took me a fucking hour to even get to that point. It took me an hour of people saying a bunch of shit without actually saying what the end cause was or what they actually wanted out of all this. So this is what this conversation is about. Now that I've told you that I'm fucking pissed about the end result, if your answer is, oh, I can agree with Shang that he was never going to come to a decision, this is your opportunity to tell me why that is and justify your reason for why that is.
That's fair. But you just screamed at him for him trying to tell you that.
I screamed at him because he interrupted me while I'm fucking talking.
Because you're not getting the point.
What? Okay, you're gonna give me fucking flashbacks to this Edbert and Shane conversation? This is why we are having this conversation. If anybody says you're not getting the fucking point without just going through and describing what the fucking point is, I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. That's not how you communicate in this fucking club. You don't go and bicker to people and say, you don't understand, you don't have context. You give them the fucking context, right? That's why we're all here. That's why I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to fucking speak so you can give your side. And if someone disagrees, they can give their context, right? Or their fucking side of the fucking story. And then we come to a fucking resolution. That is the whole fucking point of these things. And I'm so sick of dancing around these fucking points. So please, now that we've addressed where I'm at, emotion-wise, in terms of this decision, and you have responded that there is an adequate reason as to why all three of you haven't given a fucking name, I am all fucking ears.
Well, what I was trying to say is that we were trying to speak to each other. It's difficult to fucking do that. It's difficult to come up with a unanimous name when people don't agree with it. There's no forcing someone to agree with that. That's just not how this works. Sure, we can try and convince others to see our point of view as best as we possibly can. I can't force them to write down someone else's name. That's why this was a terrible thing to do anyways. We still spoke to each other. We spoke amongst each other. At the very least, like I say, that's true for myself and Ed and myself and Sean. We each had discussions about it. I was going to vote for Ed thinking Sean might possibly vote for Ed. And that would be better for the club than it would be me voting for myself. Just because I think I deserve it. If that, I don't know how that isn't clear. I really don't.
What have I said about club members? And I'm not talking about high command. I'm talking about anyone that's patched, blooded into this club. What have I said about trust?
Trust but verify.
Yes. But what did I say about Winston or about other members of this club that are no longer here? Once you lose that trust in somebody, what happens? Either it gets solved or that person gets removed from the fucking club. So, the reason why you were given that, as yes, as hard as it fucking was, as shitty of as a resolution it is, honestly, it's at that point, after you both, all three of you told me that you lost trust in your other members that aren't only patch members, that are leaders of this club, right? If there are people in this club that do not trust other members in this club in leadership positions to do that, there are two options. You resolve it, you give context to the other side, or somebody gets blooded the fuck out. Unless you want to go on with this charade for another year that everything's hunky-dory and every time I wake up, everyone tells me everything's sweet. Right? We can go with that, and it can result in people just getting fucking shot during a meeting and not even having the opportunity to have these conversations. If that's what the fucking club wants to do, let's call a fucking vote right now. Let's call a vote while Barry's not fucking here. Put our hands up and vote on something. That's a great idea. So if you're telling me that there is, if you are, all three of you, or four of you in fact, are saying right now that there is nothing that can be done, I want you to think really fucking hard about this before you give me a fucking answer. If you are telling me that there is nothing you can think of that can be done to save Irish, to save Shang, to save Edbert in this conversation of trust, if Irish, you have lost trust in Edbert and Shang, and Edbert and Shang, you have lost trust in Irish to be in this fucking club, then one of those two things needs to happen. And it needs to happen sooner rather than fucking later. Because I will not have people in this club that don't fucking trust each other. I feel like that's a basic... Fuck all these fucking rules of, you know, oh, there should be 6 of us riding in a car, shooting all this shit, make sure your doors are locked, whatever. Whatever fucking rules we have in this club. Where's the rule of literally just trusting your fucking patch? Not even just your patch, you're meant to be fucking leaders of this club. How does it fucking look? The reason why half this shit... it's amounted into clearly so much more shit is because we had to fucking hide it. Because why? Because the second the rest of the fucking club knows, they think, oh my god, the leaders are fucking fighting. And immediately it's probably gone to fucking sides of, oh, you know what? Who's my favorite leader? Oh, I like this leader slightly better. So if you're telling me that that trust is gone, then what the fuck are we doing here? Because clearly, let me finish that point. Because clearly, from my point of view, there is still something. There is still something. You can't tell me that, oh, I lose all the trust in someone, but then go on a job that, from what has been described to me, was one of the biggest jobs you've ever fucking done, that you guys are risking your lives. I know you might lose trust in other ways, right? But there's no way you're telling me all the trust is gone in that person if you're willing to go on a job that risks your life Whether it's to save me or not, whoever the fuck it is, whatever. But as far as I'm aware, all 4 of you were on this fucking job yesterday. Coming to save my fucking dumbass against fucking God knows what. Apparently there's fucking helicopters and machine guns and drugs. So it's hard for me to sit here and listen to you say, oh, I don't have trust in this person, yet still want to fucking do all this shit.
Right, okay. Makes sense, right? Yeah, let's talk about the trust and let's figure out where the breakdown in trust was, because I'm getting tired, really sick and fucking tired of being lumped in with this shit. As if I've been going around causing fucking issues. As if I haven't been trying to fix this between the 2 of them.
Alright, everyone
really
smile, chat, smile. Remember, it's all roleplay. Sorry, I'm trying to lock in hard.
I tried.
I'm trying to lock in hard here.
Right, so let's talk about the breakdown in trust.
I'm trying to give them a common enemy, so maybe they'll work together.
Shang. Why do I trust Shang? Because I fucking work with the cunt 24/7.
If they hate Barry, they have to be friends.
Because he communicates with me. Because he's willing to fucking fight with me about every little fucking thing and come to a goddamn resolution, as you and I do. Because at the end of the day, I know when I told him there is no background fucking manipulation or opinion that he's trying to fucking hide. Right? It is always up fucking front. It is always hard on the fucking sleeve. Patch above everything fucking else. That is why there is trust there. Now let's talk about Sean. Why don't I trust Sean? Alright. 1. I find out in a fucking high command meeting that apparently there's discussions around trying to demote me and Shang. For what? No reason has ever been given to me for why the fuck I would be demoted. What the fuck have I ever done?
Discussions is an interesting word, but yeah.
Okay. High command meeting then, not a discussion. Sure.
Well, no, but I mean, like, what I'm saying is discussions implies that I'm going around talking about it constantly when I said it in passing to a chaplain who then said it to the PM and then said it in the meeting.
Right, exactly.
Right,
so
that's not discussion,
so why am I hearing about that, right? That's number 1, why I'm hearing about that, because I've never fucking heard about it. You've never come up to me and told me that you have a problem with it or anything like that.
There's like 2 days after, and I had like a brief talk to a chaplain who then told the PM.
Right. 2.
We did force Ziggy to tell me.
One side seems to try and the other just seems to disappear. Right? When I talk to the 2 of you throughout all of this shit, all of this, I've constantly heard how Shang has tried to approach you, talk to you, tried to step back, tried to give up parts of himself to appease other people. I've never heard you talk that way towards another member of this club. Never. It has always been Shang is doing everything wrong, not me. It is hard to trust somebody who can't see their own faults. It is hard to understand where you are coming from when you cannot admit what you have done wrong. Right? Further to the destruction of trust here, I have one person in this room, only one person in this room, who has tried to demote every other high command member but themselves.
Me?
How do I trust somebody that does not trust a single other fucking person?
Did I do that?
When have I tried to demote you?
Oh, he's talking about Irish. I mean, I did that. I literally did that.
Point 1.
The passing talk to the chaplain that then the PM brought up. Oh yeah, my discussion. Sorry, carry on.
Right, exactly.
Oopsie.
Can you tell me why you wanted to demote me?
I've already told you, but you're not listening, so carry on.
Reinforce a point then. I'm listening.
Never said I wanted to demote you. I had a passing talk to a chaplain who then told the PM, and then PM brought it up in the meeting.
But why? What is the reason? Because you never spoke to me about anything.
Because
so
I told you, and then it was at the meeting. It was the not trusting the club comment, which was then cleared up at the meeting, and then that was it. And then we had like the conversation.
That's actually a good point. You know what? Irish gets +1 for that. That's actually fair.
That's still insane.
Okay, we're focusing on that point. Okay, cool. Carry on.
Of course I'm going to focus on it.
Not the fact that was apparently like solved. We'll just focus on that bit. Yeah, sure.
Let me say before you continue. Okay, so your point that Edbert is bringing up, you were saying that you were obviously speaking in confidence to Ziggy. You didn't expect him to tell me about it, and then you're saying that point was
thought.
Yeah. Let me continue. And then that point was resolved in a meeting that happened shortly after, correct?
The meeting where it was brought up in the Facebook, I didn't even know you knew. Yeah, sure, it was brought up, and I thought squared away. That was the 6-day thing. So.
Oh, he's talking about that.
I spoke to him on the phone for like an hour and a half. I spoke to Shang for like 45 minutes. But like anything with myself and Shang, whether it's not even believe it or not, and he'll have his own point on it.
Okay, let's just give your word at that point. okay? Regardless, I don't care what you said to people, whatever. I'm just going to trust what you're going to tell me right now. At that point, did you want Edbert and Shang demoted from High Command?
No.
So I'm going to trust that. So let's continue with...
Because if I did, I would have brought it up properly.
That's what I'm talking about with... look, we can go around in circles on what your opinion is on people's context of what they're saying. If Sean says straight to my face that that's not what he intended with whatever was said to Z that was passed on to me, that ultimately put all of you in a very uncomfortable situation by me in that fucking meeting, then I'm going to believe that point, just like I'm going to believe points that are brought to me unless it can be proven otherwise. So if there's nothing else that you can do to disprove that point, let's continue with what other shit has been going on in these last 2 months.
Right.
Otherwise we'll be here all day.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm going to give you context as to why this trust is eroded, so you can understand why.
No, I want you to keep bringing it up, but I'm tackling one of these at a time.
To be achieved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what else has been happening?
The shit talking behind backs about Shang and myself. We found out about your comment calling us greedy and selfish.
About the bet, yeah. When I said it to your face.
The bet shit was stupid.
You literally never said that to me.
The bet shit was dumb as hell.
You've never called me greedy or selfish.
I said that it was.
Barry, do you remember that? Because
yeah, I remember shouting at Shang.
You're gonna base my memory off something right now. If I'm telling you, if there's anything that bases off my memory.
Oh no, because this never happened. I'm just
oh cool,
seeing
yeah,
if
it
I'm
didn't
fucking
happen.
crazy.
The four of us was standing in the fortress, and me and Shang had a little bit of a shouting match about it. And I
actually just don't remember this, but now I can roleplay that Barry doesn't remember. That
was the whole point of it.
And that you continue to go in one-on-one.
It's roleplay, guys, not that I actually forgot.
Calling them greedy and selfish.
How do I trust a leader that is going to go around to our members?
You said it to me one-on-one. You called them greedy and selfish to my face.
Like, express my opinion that other people had as well. Was that shit talking?
Right. So how do I trust a leader who shit talks his high command to their members? So I'll tell you right now, I've never had a conversation with anybody that puts you fucking down.
A lot of valid points being thrown around here.
We're meant to have each other's backs.
I feel bad for screaming at Shang. Hopefully Barky's okay. I feel so bad for screaming at Barky.
Acting like a fucking prospect, running around, chatting like a little fucking high school girl.
Hopefully he's alright.
Talking shit.
He's fine? Okay, good. it's all roleplay. That's why you keep him around.
Sure.
That ain't the actions of someone who wants to gain trust.
In that same conversation me and you had, you called them greedy and selfish. You also basically said that you felt like they were 2v1 against you the entire time. You said that they couldn't trust the club, or that they said they couldn't trust the club when it came to the fucking wine shit. Like,
the fuck is the wine shit?
And I don't even know how many other people you repeated that all to.
Ah, you don't, because I didn't. Carry on.
You sure have a lot of one-on-ones though. Like I just. It
oh,
does
I talk to my club. Crazy. Yeah. How many one-on-ones do you have? Do you talk to your club much?
Oh fuck.
Do I? Yeah, but I don't try and convince them of who's bad or whatever. I don't shit talk them.
Do I do that?
You can ask anyone in this club, Sean. You can
sure,
literally ask anyone.
Bring someone. Go ahead. Bring someone down.
Go ahead, bud. Call anyone you want.
No, go. You're making the accusation.
You're the one trying to find out the truth, so call someone. Bud.
No, go. No, you're making the accusation. Bring someone down. I've done that.
Sean, you're the one making the accusation right now.
Move on.
Are you alright in the head right now? Are you good?
Are you?
You're freaking them out a little bit there. You're accusing me, then calling me.
And you have a weird fucking smirk on your face. You're making an accusation. Bring someone down. I'm telling you, bring someone down.
Sean,
don't.
You're making an accusation that I do the same thing you do, which is shit talk.
What I'm saying is like you bring someone down. Just so you don't. Just so I don't bring someone down who's on my side. Holy fuck. Go ahead, say whatever you want at this point.
Do you understand, Barry? These are why these combos don't fucking get anywhere.
Oh, clearly.
Yeah.
When I discuss anything with Shang or Cora or Finn, it's never like this. It's never fucking like this. For some reason, there is just this fucking wall when it comes to Sean that you just cannot talk to him. There is never a common ground or a want to work anything out. It is immediately a sides drawn.
I don't know if this is savable.
How the fuck do you work with someone like that? How do you trust someone like that who doesn't want to fix problems?
I mean,
No, I'm
like,
genuinely asking that as a question to everybody here.
I mean, look, there's a reason why you're all currently sitting at command, so... I think I've already addressed that. Nobody's arguing that is clearly a fucking issue with leadership right now. And not just on Sean's side, on both sides. Again, it's not how you communicate with people that align with a lot more of how you think about the club. It's how you speak with people that maybe disagree and have a different thought process. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions and shit in this club, right? I can respect that no matter what, but you have to be able to back it up. And at the moment, it just seems from both sides, shit is maybe getting communicated that's not meant to be, and that's being communicated by somebody else, myself and fucking included. And I know, you know, none of you probably agree with my justification for bringing it to the forefront of that meeting and doing the stupid hand shit, whatever. But at that point, when I could tell that shit was boiling for weeks, days, months, whatever, I just wanted a fucking opportunity where everyone was there. Kind of similar to what we're doing now in terms of command, but an opportunity for people to say their piece in front of everybody, so it just cuts out the fucking middleman. Because it's the same. It just reminds me of problems back in the old club, back in the days, where someone will say something, then it gets said through someone else, then they react to that person saying it instead of just hearing it from them, and that's what evolves into something bigger. When you come to these conversations finally, after a week, months, whatever, and then you're bringing up points, and then now, for the first time, you're actually hearing the reason or justification why. And that doesn't always answer it immediately, but that's meant to be the first step, not the last step.
Unfortunately, Cora just proved several points with the discussions, specifically around shit-talking other high command members. She just proved that. That's not even a he said, she said.
What was said to you, Cora, about the other two high command?
I've been the fucking middleman between the two, if you want to say sides or whatever it was. At least for a while I was, until Sean stopped talking to me.
But I did what?
They were... So you stopped talking to me about shit.
Oh, God.
We sat there, we had that conversation. You told me you felt 2v1. You told me you felt like they said that they didn't trust the club. You called them greedy, selfish, all of that shit. But then, like, as soon as you went to jail or whatever, you asked me if I said something. I don't fucking remember because I was so cooked. I said I don't remember. Ever since then, you have not said hardly fucking 10 words to me. And then when we brought up the fucking when the Maggie shit happened more recently, as soon as I said I disagreed with you, your tone changed night and fucking day. It was the coldest tone. Let me fucking finish before you make your little fucking childish remarks that you've been doing.
I'm good. My childish
so continue acting like you just made another one. Your tone changed. You went from friendly to cold in the snap of a finger because I didn't agree with you. As soon as I said that Maggie deserved to get shot, you said, yeah, okay, whatever. I asked you how you're doing, you fucking said, okay, and walked off.
Yeah, it was okay.
And that was a blatant fucking lie.
Was it? Okay. Okay.
I've been saying, and I've said it to Edbert, he could attest if he remembers. Barry, I said it to you the last time we saw you. I've been saying there has been a communication break between High Command for months.
This was on the final day that Barry left, by the way, not the before that.
And
I remember.
I don't know what because clearly we can work together. Clearly they can work together because we got the job done. But the problem here is lying that they all believe that they're the best for the club doing it their way, and there's no working with each other as far as
Cora speaking facts.
Getting a job done, sure. Leading the club, they can't fucking agree because they all are too stubborn to come to a solution.
I mean, the thing is, Shang and I have always come to the same solution.
I knew the original vote was for Ed, between you two.
I don't want people again. You don't want to be lumped in with other shit. I don't want you lumping in Shang with what you. I understand it's a point to be made that you know, you're saying that, oh, if two of us agree, it's got to be the one person out. But I want everybody speaking for themselves in this. All right, so if we can stop referencing, oh, me and this person did this. Everyone, I just want thoughts of everybody themselves. It doesn't change just because somebody is, and I'm not saying either side is right, whatever, but just because there is more people saying one thing does not necessarily mean it is the right thing for the club. I just want to make that very clear. I'm not saying that's the case in this situation, but that someone saying, oh, 3 people say the same thing versus 1. Again, if it's like fucking 10 people, yeah, I'm going to start fucking thinking. But 2 people thinking one thing versus 1 people thinking a different way, it's not going to mean too much to me, just to make that clear. But go ahead, Shane.
Right. Okay, let me finish on this then, right? Just to further discuss Cora's point there, that it's the 3 of us unable to work together. I've worked with Shang countless times. We have, I've been able to reach the same conclusion as him on multiple different club matters. And with Sean, I've also been able to do the exact same thing when it came to the wine stuff, the guns.
What's his wine shit?
Oh, it's just the code word we use for guns, but I figured you wouldn't have known that, so I said guns.
I usually just say guns.
Yeah, with the gun stuff, I had a completely different way I wanted to run it at the beginning. And when Sean discussed it with me, I completely changed my mind. Because I believed his idea was better. It was fairer for the club. I think it would be...
oh my god, middle ground!
Fucking incorrect to say that I'm unable to work with anybody, because I've continued to work with everybody.
Oh my god!
What
a small step in the right direction!
There was one person in this room who was basically forced me to lose trust in them.
And 3 steps back. Damn it.
Despite fucking trying. Despite trying to mend that bridge. I can't fix a bridge when the other side
was there
doesn't
for a
want to fix
second.
it, right? That is all I'm going to fucking...
Is this progress? Absolutely. This is the first time I've actually heard them talk about this shit. I don't care what you say. This is progress. This is how shit gets solved. Okay. Anything else in... Actually, let me start. What point did you guys actually figure out that I was gone? The timelines are a little fucky, but at what point did you
About
guys...
a week after I got back. For me, anyway.
So what, like 5
weeks?
5 weeks since today?
4.5 weeks.
Okay. Alright, so what happens after that? Shang, sorry, I interrupted you.
I've been looking for you since you left, because I thought I was going to come with you.
Damn, that's sad.
the vote, like, it's a difficult situation to put yourself into when you believe that you're the best for something, but you concede that to try and do what you think is best for the club, because sometimes those 2 things don't match up. The reason I voted for Ed is not because I think he's the best. I think he'd be fucking amazing as a VP. I genuinely think the club would be lucky, but at the time, I still think I'd have done it better. But I'd never thought that Sean would vote for Ed. And so that's why I gave Ed my vote. That's why I said I'd vote for him.
He never vote for you, or are you saying Ed?
Huh?
You said Sean would never vote for Ed. Do you mean he would never vote for you, or are you referring to Ed as well?
Oh, sorry, I meant yeah. Sorry, I meant.
So you're saying you gave your vote to Ed over yourself, even though you thought you were better, just because there was more of a chance that Sean would put Ed's name.
Ed. Yeah.
Okay.
But I changed my mind in the. Sorry.
I hear something outside.
No, check.
If anyone's fucking listening on this, fucking shoot him in the head.
It might be
God, imagine if a prospect was sitting outside. Oh, I would kill them.
I guess I should point out that was a joint thing we came to as well.
What was?
Well, that voting for me at the time was the
yeah,
best choice.
It's just a shop.
Sure. Continue, Shane.
I forgot what I was saying.
You just said that you voted for Ed because you thought Irish would have you'd have more of a chance convincing Irish to vote for Ed over yourself.
Oh yeah. I thought that I could not find out who Irish was voting for, and so I figured
that is a good point. The fact that Irish that's a fault of Irish for not saying who he was voting for
over me, because our relationship had deteriorated.
That is definitely a -1 for.
And I don't think the club deserved to have all of us demoted. I really don't care about the title or the rank as much as it might seem, but I do want the best up there for the club, And again, sometimes you think you're the best, and I think I am. I know I am. But it doesn't mean it's the best for the club in that moment, because I thought that the alternative would have been worse.
I asked a question while you're on that point, because it makes sense to that. Irish, what was your reasoning for not telling them what your vote was going to be?
I'm gonna be genuine. Shang never asked, and I don't remember Ed asking, but
you'll
call that bullshit. But I genuinely don't remember either of them asking. I asked both of them, and whether you believe me or not, it's up to any of you. If I had gotten, I was genuinely debating, and I would have probably given the name if it was two of the same names. In that moment, I would have gone with what was best for the club, and
because I will say
your message, I guess. But
I will say, hearing you say that and them say that, regardless of anyone, whether it's you, Shang, Edbert, but not even refusing. I understand that you were never asked, but at that point, it's beyond waiting to be asked. At that point, there was an ultimatum set. I would expect all three of you to be communicating with each other, being like, "I'm voting for this name," and saying why.
So if we're gonna do the whole trust everything, I asked twice. That's how he then referred me to go ask Shang, because he wasn't sure about Shang's vote. I asked, and he said, "I'll tell you after you go ask Shang." That is when
do you actually not remember that, Irish?
That yeah, I do remember that actually, because I was curious which way because obviously then I had gotten a different message to the first vote.
Can you understand my point of why it makes this process a lot more difficult by not giving that name? So you accept fault in that regard, where you should have been more open to give your name.
I can understand and respect your expectation compared to what happened. Yes,
okay.
And that we fell short of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Shang.
Well, I did ask, at least in my recollection of events. And honestly, I think that if Ed had told me that he was voting
Classic,
for Sean,
I don't remember.
My vote was a lot more
That's a Barry strap.
malleable. I would have voted for Sean.
Whoa!
Not because I believe he was the best, but because I believe that...
that is so fucked that they all just said they would actually vote for each other if they communicated!
Us having this fight.
Oh my god!
I agree.
But I changed my mind in the 3 weeks after that. When it was basically
It's
just me
could have all
pouring
been solved. Oh
and,
my
yeah,
god.
things changed. And I decided this would be for the best. And
Okay.
it might have been wrong, but yeah.
So before you continue on to whatever other points, because you said your point changed, I am curious to see what changed after that. I want everyone to agree right now that if that's the case, what I just heard from all three of you is that if this was actually communicated, and I'm not expecting I mean, to be honest, I'm expecting a bit of fault from everyone in this room, except even myself, right? Like, maybe except Cora, because he's mediating, but at that point, I want everyone to be on the same page with that, so I can write off that first fucking few weeks. From what you guys just said, this isn't me just pushing it together. From what you guys just said, Irish just said if the two names were given to him were the same, he'd be more likely to vote for that name as well. And Shane just said if it was the same for Irish, you would have voted. That if you guys had actually fucking communicated and actually worked together at that point, that a single name could have been voted. Or are you still at the point where it's like there is no chance in hell it ever would have got to a point where all three said the same name? But do you agree that it could? Do you agree that there was a possibility there, if shit was done right, that all three of you could have said the same name? I'm not saying now. I'm not saying at the end when I asked you. I'm saying at that point. Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Irish, Shang?
I think so. I think so. I don't really understand
what you just said that if Ed and Irish both gave you the name of Irish, you'd be more inclined to vote for Irish.
If Ed and I gave you the name of Irish, I would have been... Yes, I agree with that.
If you put yourself to that mindset back then, like 6 weeks ago, if you'd gotten the same two names, would you have voted in that way?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Irish,
I'm
you're
not
the
saying
same?
yes, but I would have been more than likely, yes. No, I can't say for certain because it was a long time ago now.
All right, so a lot of that portion, I'm gonna chalk up to just fucking. I'm not saying that everything that happened at that point is completely invaluable. I understand that these are all building blocks into getting to the point you're at now. But I just want to make it clear that there was a resolution that could have been done there. It's not this like mystical, like, oh, there was no trust at that point. You know, whatever. But in terms of what happened after that, Shang.
Yeah, I mean, if look, I think that would have been the right thing to do for anyone. So,
Just slap myself
but
in
I
the
also
head.
said to all three of you here that my vote would be changing depending on how I feel, because things can change. People can present different things to me, and I might change my mind about shit.
Was that after
So-
the 6 days or before?
Before it was like during.
Okay,
the,
so
oh,
so
not before
while
the
so
6
while
days,
you were
during
still
the
under the
6 days.
impression that I was coming back on that 6th day, you said my mind might change before then.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it will. It really. It just. Again, I had to be flexible. I didn't want the club to get into fucking shit for it.
On that point, did you communicate closer, say the day before? Let's use the 5th day's example. Like basically the final moment for you guys to come to an actual consensus. Did you communicate to either of these two that your decision had changed?
It didn't change in those 6 days.
Okay.
So, no.
All right.
My vote was for Ed.
So
Just
what
to
happens?
get the timeline correct here, the literally the day before I had to leave to go get surgery is when the votes were confirmed to Sean.
Yeah, which was 2 days before the actual deadline. Correct? Let me make sure that's right. It was 4.
No.
Because I was gone as well.
I was leaving essentially on the day that the vote was meant to happen.
I know, but I was going the day before that. That's why I gave my vote. Remember?
Sean did email his.
I don't know. It's like it's
vote.
arguing like a day, but yeah, that's.
Yeah,
But regardless, it's like
I bring
you
it up
guys
is to
knew that you
show-
weren't going to be there. My point on that is being
Yes,
that
that's not important.
the reason I bring up that point is because if Shang's saying, well, my mind might have changed, I'm just trying to clarify that if his mind had changed, that he communicated that before the 6 days was up. Because you can say your mind's going to change, but it's the same point I faulted Sean on, that if your mind changed and you didn't communicate to anyone and you just left it up to chance on the day, then that fault goes to you. But if Shang's saying that didn't
No,
happen in that
I,
6 days, then it's whatever.
I made
That's
it
why
clear
I
to
bring it
both
up,
of
'cause
them.
his vote was still the same.
Yeah, I made it clear to both of them, and if that vote had gone through on that day, it would have been for Ed. Yeah.
All right.
Which is what I told him.
So what happens
That's
after that
not-
6 days when you realize that
All right,
that
what did
vote
it say?
isn't happening?
I need
What
to
did the
clarify
pigeon
that.
say?
Okay, and so I just want to clarify then. The entire
Alright.
conversation I had with you before that pigeon came over the fucking wall was for nothing.
No, I said that my vote might change. It might change up until the day, and that Ed will have my vote. I don't know if I told you Ed will have my vote, but I knew that you
No,
would
you
have
didn't.
it.
You said you would have your vote.
Yeah, well, I could have emailed you what it was, but Ed told me that he was going to tell you.
Jesus.
I figured, well, that's good enough for me to make it clear to Sean. Ed, did you give him my vote?
Yeah. I
So-
sent a pigeon over the wall. Actually, I've written down what was attached to the pigeon.
Okay, so in my mind, there was no chance that Ed would not tell you what I was voting for. I did not
Attached
entertain
to the
that.
pigeon was a note that said 2 votes Ed. Asked him again to confirm. He confirmed twice.
So your decision was given to Sean in a couple words on a fucking pigeon, or Shang's decision. You were doing it
But
on
he
his
was in
behalf.
jail.
No, Shang's decision was given to me.
Was
a
there
45-minute
no
phone
way
call.
to actually have a conversation with Sean
There-
about this, even
there
if it was Edbert?
It had happened. It happened
We
before.
had just had a phone call, and then he had to go back into MaxSeg or whatever the fuck it was, because this was all
Yeah.
while he was in prison, which is why there was a pigeon thrown over a fence.
So the
I had
only
the-
way
yes,
to communicate with Sean at that point was via a fucking pigeon. Is that what you're telling me?
No, you
It was
need
the
to
way he
listen. I had the
requested to be communicated with.
Okay, yes, because I had the conversation with Shang that was all squared away, and I'd gotten his
Yep.
vote. Then I
Yep.
had the same conversation with Ed,
Yeah.
and he'd given me his vote, and I told him to clarify with Shang, and I wanted to make sure that they were both voting the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And
then when does this pigeon come in?
After that.
So
and
the pigeon is
different
the
names came
final
up.
communication between you
Because I was
on
getting thrown
this.
back in Essex. Yes, I was in prison for
Yeah.
this fucking the murder bullshit.
That's what I'm asking. Was there no other way that anyone could communicate to Sean that wasn't a pigeon? That's what I'm asking at that point.
That was the final communication until I was thrown in.
Because,
whatever the
because
fuck
my
it's called.
point on that is on such a serious, especially if it's a final communication, right? If you're leaving it up to a few words on a fucking pigeon, that's a very big. And I understand you're still getting the same point across, right? But if I say, okay, if I come up to you and say I killed this person and I don't tell you why, that's very different from me saying I killed this person. I'm gonna have a conversation with you now about why I did this and maybe justify to you why that happened. So if Sean's going to take, again, if it's out of all three of your guys' control, then I can't blame any of you for it. But if there was any chance to communicate with Sean via conversation before that 6 days was up, and it was done via a pigeon and not in person, outside of the conversations you had before that, because you said that the pigeon was the final fucking thing, then that fault goes on you. But if that's the only way you could communicate, then whatever. If you're in fucking max sec, then I'm not gonna fucking hold it too much to you. But if there was an opportunity to actually talk, and you were like, you know what, this is easier, I'm just gonna give him a word that says I vote this person, then that's what do you expect? Of course, it's gonna escalate from there, because that person then doesn't have the full context of why, which you can only fucking communicate in person.
That's what I asked. Like, Sean, you could not use a phone in max sec, right? Doesn't make
No.
And presumably you could not get an email either.
Do you understand my point there, chat, though? I understand both sides, but trying to decide such a big decision via one word is stupid as fuck.
Yes.
I don't care what side you're on.
I've said that like 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah, alright. I'm just making
Wait, you're saying you don't understand?
So yeah, we like fucking pigeon mailed him the actual final votes. We still had talks about it beforehand. It's not like we're just like, 7 days later, let's meet back up on that island and throw stones at each other that have been painted with our votes. We spoke about it. Of course we did.
Question: Are you not allowed visitors in MaxSec?
No.
Can't have anyone show up or even a lawyer to pass a message or anything like that?
No.
Oh, was the pigeon just validating what they said in the convo?
You're being moved there?
Yes.
I thought they didn't decide in the convo, then they just got given a vote. I'd be like, that's fucking stupid as fuck.
When the vote was meant to be cast.
that was.
Oh, that's fucking stupid as hell then.
So even if we hit the 6 days, there was no way we were going to be able to do it because no one knew what your vote was.
Well, he threw a pigeon to Barry. Threw it back to Barry.
Alright, let's fuck off from the fucking pigeon. Look, I'm gonna leave it as, and I'm gonna trust if that's what you guys are saying, that from that, after those 2 conversations you had, that there was no other way to communicate other than a fucking pigeon. Okay? Because I would obviously want those votes to be decided via fucking conversation, but if you're saying the pigeon was the only fucking thing, then whatever, I'll leave it at that. So let's continue from after the fucking 6 days then, about what goes on from there, because clearly there's more shit that has put you to, all 3 of you, to the points you're at now. So what happens after the 6 days? You realize the vote's not gonna fucking happen. Does anything else happen with the club that makes you, that affects this trust circle here specifically?
No, I mean, not in the immediate weeks after, when I got back, yeah.
No, everything was fine for the next month, I believe.
Okay.
Right? It's about a month. Am I right there?
3 weeks to a month or so, yeah.
Yeah, around about that time. Everything was fine.
Okay. So this is why Edbert's gone and there's no way to communicate with him about the vote. So none of you communicated after that point about vote shit. You just kind of sat in limbo about it. Like what happens after Sean got out? Edbert was gone at that point. Shang and Sean, what were you two doing? Did you talk about it at all after that? Once you guys were out, after you were like, oh fuck, Barry hasn't come back yet, so the decision hasn't been made. We have time here to maybe talk about it more. Or you were just like, nah, fuck it, we're just gonna wait.
I think I saw him once in that entire period.
So this is when it comes into both of you saying the other one's like not around kind of thing.
Okay, well, there's no ways you can claim that. there's no ways. But yeah, I saw him once in that time.
What did you do in that once? What did you say to him?
It was in passing and maybe for a couple minutes.
You didn't think, neither of you thought to bring up the ultimatum? We're just like, fuck it, we'll just let it go.
I had more important things to focus on.
And what was that?
There's probably more important club stuff to do than that.
Then you're the leaders of your club that run this club, not having a decision that's made between all 3 of you. You know what happens when all the leaders of this club fucking fall, right? Club falls. There's no ADMC without the leaders.
Okay, if he wasn't going to tell me who he voted for before, he wasn't going to tell me that. And I'm not here to try and force it out of him. If he doesn't want to tell me, he doesn't want to tell me. I had to hope and have faith that he saw that both myself and Ed voted for Ed and that he'd vote for Ed. That's what I was thinking.
So when you saw him, you just hoped that... So you hoped he would come up to you and Sean was probably hoping that you'd ask him. Is that what's happening? Like, there's a lot of this hope, like, oh, I hope the other guy talks to me. Like, why is nobody... I don't care what your justification is for not communicating. Why didn't you go up to him, or vice versa, and say, hey, this vote thing, are we on the same page or what? Otherwise, we're all getting fucking demoted and the club's fucked. Like, what's more important than that? What's more important than getting the club fucked? A fucking bank.
Okay, Sean, if I had said to you, in the time I saw you,
Oh,
hey,
God.
who you voting for? Because if you didn't vote for Ed, we're all fucked. What would you have said?
While I was in prison, when you were on the phone,
No, in the next 3 weeks after that.
You would have been out of prison by then.
Yeah, when you're out of prison.
out of prison.
If I had said to you, hey, who'd you vote for? Because if you didn't vote for Ed, we're
Not
all
then
fucked.
variety.
Did you vote for Ed?
I mean, I would say it slightly falls more onto Irish to ask about it, because he is still the VP
In
at
all
this
honesty,
point.
I don't know.
Okay, so I don't need to speak to someone over time and time again to get the same fucking answer from him. That's just not how it
Well-
works.
Well, that's hindsight, but sure.
Okay, why was I gonna do it then? So it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is I
But
know
just-
how the conversation was gonna go. If someone doesn't want to tell me what they're gonna vote for, why are they gonna change their mind after the votes happen? It just doesn't work like that. I've done this for long enough. I've dealt with enough people that I know how the shit goes. If you don't take that from me, then fine. That's okay. But
Sean,
I'm telling you,
Sean, you were aware at that point that they were both voting for Ed because of this fucking pigeon, correct? Like after you got out of prison?
Considering when I spoke to him, Shang, and then Ed, and then got two different names, I couldn't be sure, and that's why I voted for myself.
I said my vote might change in our conversation, and I gave Ed my finalized votes, which I'm sure Ed made clear to you that they were the final votes.
Hang on,
So
hang
you
on.
knew
Barry's
they were
question
both-
was did you or did you not know what our votes were because of that pigeon?
After the prison shit, I'm not talking about in MaxSec. Whenever this like passing by happened, I don't care if it was literally for a second. When you saw Irish and he saw you, did Irish know that both of you had voted for Ed? Is what I'm asking.
Are you asking us that? Yes.
I'm asking Irish. Oh, I'm not asking you what Irish knew. I'm asking Irish. Did you know that both
the
of
way,
them were voting for Edbert?
I couldn't be sure.
Why could you not be sure?
Because I would only know when Barry reads out the votes.
Ed, can you read what the final message you sent to him said, please?
Yeah, hang on. It was 2 votes, Ed. Ask him
that's
again.
not
to confirm.
really a good
He confirmed
excuse.
twice. Because Irish
So-
had specifically
so if-
asked me to confirm twice
After
with
he had
Shane
said a
because he
different
wasn't
name to
sure.
me.
Oh,
if I
it's
say
not
to
really
you,
a good
my
excuse
final
from
vote
Irish.
Is for Ed. And the first time I said to you, my vote might change.
That's
and then I
not
say,
really
my
good
final
enough.
vote
If
is
Irish
for Ed.
knew they were both
Is
saying
there a
Edbert,
reason to think, but he might change that after his final vote? No, stop playing coy. Listen,
Considering it changed in 45 minutes, yes.
Sean, like, I understand what you're trying to say here, but if I say my final vote on the day is for fucking Ed, it's for fucking Ed. There's no other way around that.
I'm just confused why you would ask for the votes if you weren't going to believe them.
Because I got 2 different ones.
I said I was going to change.
Yeah, but that's why you asked me to double check with him twice,
Okay,
which I
this
did.
has to
I
be-
carried out.
I'm
This
not
has to
going
be
around
on
in
fucking
circles.
purpose at this point.
Sure.
Alright,
I'm just
Yeah,
confused.
sure.
following that timeline regardless, no. Barry, the answer is I didn't think I'd get the vote out of him. I didn't think it'd be a productive conversation. And I can tell you, from what he just told me, it wouldn't have been a productive conversation. Because I can't tie someone down and force them to give me information. Especially not when he's above me in the hierarchy. I just can't.
when other members fault in this club, they do something wrong. What do you do? What do you do?
Call them out on it.
Patch
to
member
them.
comes to you and says, Shang, oh my god, I've really fucked up. I fucking, I got caught with fucking drugs. Cops are gonna fucking raid me. They're gonna do this. What do you do to that fucking, to that patch member?
I probably would beat their skulls and I've spoken to
Okay,
them
but
about it.
they've come to you and said, fuck, Shang, the whole fucking club's about to get raided. I've fucked up. What do you do?
So you're a fucking moron. Let's try and solve the problem first. And then I'm gonna beat your skull in.
Yeah. You work with that fucking patch member, even though in your mind they are in the wrong and they have fucked up and they've done fucking something that clearly doesn't align with what that person should be doing at that rank, whether it's a patch member, high command, VP, PM. You confront them on that at that point and say, listen, you have really fucked up here, but I'm in your fucking club and we share a fucking patch. I'm gonna help you fucking resolve this. Whatever we gotta do now. In this case, it was talking. In this hypothetical, I made it shooting fucking cops. Which, funnily enough, I know every person in this room would rather shoot 50,000 fucking cops than actually talk to each other, myself and fucking included. Right? Because I don't expect people to come join this club being all fucking there in the head. But I do expect people in this club, when they know that there's an issue, even if they believe they are in the right, they still have to give a bit and say, you know what, I'm going to be the bigger man, bigger woman here, whatever, and try and fucking resolve this. Even though in your mind you are convinced that Irish is maybe doing this for a malicious reason, whatever the fucking reason why. Even if your mind you are convinced, you still have to go. And that doesn't just go for you talking to Irish, that goes for the other way around. It's not a good enough excuse to be like, oh, I thought he'd change his mind. At that point, you guys knew, or at the very least Irish knew, that all 3 votes weren't going to be the same. And I assume at that point, Shang, because you weren't talking to Irish, that you knew he wasn't going to vote the same as you, right? So you both knew that the votes weren't going to be the fucking same, that neither of you tried to just be like, you know, we actually got to figure this shit out. I know Barry's been gone. Fuck, we've got a little bit of extra time maybe to figure this shit out. None of you attempted. And you went on and be like, you know what, I've got bigger club shit to deal with.
No, that's not true. I figured
how is that not true?
For Ed. Because I figured Irish should vote for Ed.
At that point, you were convinced that Irish was going to vote for Ed. After he didn't tell you once.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured he'd put the club first.
But why would you not just ask?
I did ask. Irish, who'd you tell me you voted for?
You didn't know.
Okay, dude.
When did you? When are you referencing when you asked?
I asked him who he voted for.
When? During the 6 days after? Because at this point, I'm talking about after the 6 days. When are you saying you asked him?
He wasn't gonna tell me, Barry.
You can't say he wasn't gonna tell you. When did you ask him? That's what I'm asking right now.
Like 2 days before he put the vote in.
Okay, so 2 days before the vote. And what did he say to that?
So I'm gonna keep it to myself for now.
2 days before the vote, so you're still in MaxSec.
Oh, it might have been, I don't know, a couple days before that. It was in the 6 day period. The day before he went to MaxSec, whenever that was. Whatever day that was. How many days before he went to MaxSec? I don't know. But it was that day. The point being is very fucking clear. He saw 2 votes going for Ed, and he still voted for himself. And yeah, sure, maybe I should have pushed him, I should have pressed him. But at that point, it is fucking exhausting trying to get information on someone who doesn't want to share it. Especially when they're higher in the hierarchy than you are. And I've been doing this for months. Almost over a year, actually. You expect me to have the exact same energy that I had back then that I do now? Man, I'm just happy running the club. Doing what the club actually needs. In that time, I wasn't thinking about the vote. I was worried about you, Barry. That's what I was fucking focused on. I was the one who was looking for you in that time when you were gone. Me.
Me.
I had other shit to focus on instead of getting into a fucking pissing match every single day trying to get some vote out of someone. If they don't want to share it, they don't want to share it.
Fair point.
That's their thing.
This whole thing's just going in fucking circles. It's just reaching points of pettiness.
Yeah,
That's just getting embarrassing. Look, the facts are this, okay? One person had 2 votes. They didn't respond. Everyone else should have just, I guess, pressed them and constantly fucking asked them for their vote. Do I think adults need to be fucking followed a leg? No. But if we wanted to get this fucking vote done and take charge of it, then we should have. So everyone's fucking at fault here. Can we move on to anything else besides this?
Sure, what happens after that? So you guys meet, you guys see each other. You two said you don't see each other very much after that period. So until I assume the period that Ed gets back. So now all of you are back. What you figure out I'm missing, then what?
Shane shoots Maggie.
The prospect, right?
Yeah, the prospect who texted their
okay,
fucking
yeah. So
resignation.
let me hear from Shang. So Shang, what happened with this prospect? Why is this person know who the prospect is called?
I wake up. I get called by Finn saying,
"This is the juicy part.
Maggie.
This is the part Shang will probably have Barry on his side.
Say, oh, that's interesting.
At least for this.
Say goodbye. She's leaving.
Okay.
And he said, yeah, she quit being a prospect last night. And I said, well, okay, well, what the fuck? So, sure, I'll go say goodbye to her. So I go and have a chat with her in Polito. I find out that she didn't quit being a prospect as much as she took her cut off, put it down somewhere in Polito, I don't know exactly where, pinged Rue to it, and texted her saying, I can't be fucked anymore, the same for me.
Was at Rue's house?
As at Rue's house. Yeah, so at Rue's house. Pings Rue to it.
Damn.
Says, I left my cut there. So I go and have a little chat with her and find that out. Seemed lovely enough. And then I shot her in the fucking head.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of someone just leaving a cut somewhere and pinging someone to it, leaving through texting us, and then having to be convinced to come and talk to the club. I feel like that sets a bad precedent for what we want out of our future members. And I was ashamed.
And so, how did others react to this? Because I just saw it in the fucking video. So, at the very least, this Ziggy is upset about it. Does anybody else care about this shit or what?
Oh, yeah.
Who?
Sean didn't agree with it. A lot, like half the club didn't agree with it.
What part? Her leaving or her being shot for leaving?
Shot.
I mean, I'm just going to make my stance on this very clear. I could give less of a fuck about prospects. Yes, when somebody becomes a prospect of this club, they are told that they have the option to leave and walk away without punishment before they get blooded in. In no way does that signify that they will leave and that their actions now they become invincible to this club and they can do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, if any of you, if Sean, Shane, Cora, Edbert came to me and said, I really fucking hate this prospect. I'm gonna, they're done. I'm gonna shoot him. I mean, I could give less of a fuck, to be honest. They're not blooded in. I care about blooded in members of this club. I understand if that story was heard with only the context of, oh, they got shot because they're a prospect and we're not meant to do that. Yeah, I can sympathize that. Yeah, that's not what they're told when they join this club. They are told that they have an opportunity to walk away. But that doesn't mean that they can do that and disrespect someone in the club. And if Shang says, or if any of you came to me and said, I feel disrespected by this prospect, I'd say fucking go for it. Hang them up by their feet. I don't give a fuck if it means proving a message to the other prospects. I could give less of a shit.
I think people were failing to realize that at the time of Shang even shooting her, she was no longer a prospect of this club.
Even at that point, regardless if she's a prospect or not, at that point, if she'd already left, I just don't give a fuck. Prospects get to take advantage of being associated with this group with having none of the restrictions of being blooded in. You guys live it's the only thing that's fucked about the position of prospect is you guys get to have to live this life every day knowing that if you did something majorly fucked up to the club, you get shot in the head. Your life is over. Prospect does something, yeah, we're gonna fucking chase them down, but they have the opportunity to at least try and fucking get away. It is guaranteed with you guys, if you fuck up, it's over. With a prospect, if they manage to fuck up, but they manage to kind of hide it and then randomly later say, you know what, I'm leaving, they'd walk away. No one would know anything the wiser. But in terms of the overall outcome of the prospects, I mean, I can sympathize if people were close with this prospect that people are upset that she's fucking shot or dead or wherever the fuck. But from a club standpoint, I could give less of a fuck. It's a prospect.
I don't take lightly.
The last thing I'll say on that before you say your point, the only thing I would say with that is if that you were aware that she was super close with people, that you would, I mean, it's not a club or anything, but I'd like to think if you cared about, blooded in members of this club, if it affected them, you'd have a chat with them and be like, hey, I know you're upset, you were close with this person, but I did what I felt was right for the club, and if they still, say shit after that, then that's on them. That would be the only thing, in my opinion, if I did that, I'd be like, you know what, I know you were close, I'll chat with you about it, but I still believe in what I did.
I did. I don't think it has me said I was close with Maggie. I like Maggie.
Well, then what are we fucking whinging about?
But another that doesn't make you above what I consider to be disrespecting the cunt. And I don't take kindly to someone pinging someone to a cunt somewhere and then texting them to say that you're done. So
Yeah, just so
I
you
did
know,
speak
I don't
to,
disagree with the outcome at all. If any of you came to me and said this prospect fucking annoyed the shit out of me, I'd say fucking shoot him in the head and be done with it. So there's not wasting your time because you guys got better shit to fucking deal with. If it's a patched member, of course, it's a very different fucking story, right? But a prospect, maybe a prospect in the old BBMC days, you know, I'd be like, oh fucking hell. But we established this when we made this crew that prospects, until they earn their fucking blood, they're basically what the old BBMC hangarounds were. They're associated to the point where the only point of a prospect, right, is that they are doing a lot for the club because they want to fucking prove themselves and they want to be blooded in, and we don't want them getting fucked with by other people, so that's why we give them a cut without a patch, so if they get rolled up on, we can at least be like, hey, there's a chance they might get fucking pulled up on or whatever, or we have at least the reason to do something about it, because it's not just fucking with that person. I don't give a fuck if that person gets shot on a job. It's because it's fucking with the profit that ADMC is making with whatever they're fucking doing or whatever their fucking job they're doing. Because odds are, if they're a prospect of this club, they're probably working pretty fucking hard to get shit for this club. So if a prospect's getting fucked by someone else, I don't want that because it means they're fucking with ADMC. Or at least fucking with our workflow. That's the only thing I care about a prospect until they are blooded in.
yeah. Well, having said that, I spoke to every single person that I thought knew her, and I explained what I did, and only 2 people gave me any kind of bite back for it, saying that they strongly disagreed that I was completely wrong. Everyone else just thought it was a bit cold.
Okay.
But I still did check in on them. But again, I do not hold a prospect in high regard just because people are close to them. And even though I was good friends with her, it's still patch above everything else to me.
So everyone else said it was cold, but they understood why you did it, and you're saying 2 people just completely disagreed, right?
Yeah.
Who are those people?
Sean and Ziggy.
There was more
No,
than that.
Finn
When we had a
disagreed with you.
meeting, we were in a meeting dissecting the
Offended.
video. There was also Sophie, Lovesick, Ivy, and one other. Oh yeah, Finn, who also disagreed.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is there's a few people that disagree but haven't said shit about it. Ziggy and Irish were the only ones with balls to actually fucking say shit to your face about it.
Finn said it as well.
And Finn.
Finn told me that he understood why it was done, but he didn't like that it was done.
Sure.
Just to make that clear.
Okay.
As for Ivy and Sophie, said they were fine with it to my face. I only heard about it afterwards when I watched the video.
I'm never gonna fault someone if somebody says to their face something and then says something otherwise. I mean, you should all know by now I'm a very big believer in if you want shit done, actually done, you say to their face. I don't cop the excuse of, oh, I'm too scared to do this, or I don't, I'm too intimidated or whatever. If you can't bring up a point to someone and you say it behind their back, I think that point is stupid as fuck then. Irish, I guess, what was the biggest issue you had with this whole situation then? If it is still the same way.
Yeah, I just disagreed with it.
Okay. So you disagreed with it because they were a prospect and that they should have been able to walk away? Or you disagreed that it wasn't enough that, Shang felt disrespected or the club was disrespected or whatever, so he did what he did?
Mixture. It was...
Okay.
One, obviously, the rules themselves, I guess that
Peppo, what
particular
the
match didn't
fuck, man? Thanks for the
or, sorry, I
raid,
disagreed with you, but obviously...
Bus.
But I also, in my opinion, felt she should have been
Yeah,
patched a
I'm
while
sad I
ago.
haven't been able to RP with you for a
Sometimes
while,
just me, but that's my opinion.
Peppo, dude. I've been doing a pretty big arc, so it's been fucking busy. Thank you, man. Hopefully you guys...
That
Yeah,
was
go show
the
some love
argument
to
from a
Peppo,
lot
who
of
plays
people, was
Edgar.
that they felt like she should have been patched, which Barry...
Actual
remember,
goated RP, I do.
I literally sat her in front of you and made her talk.
No worries,
to
dude.
you
Have a
and
good
give
one,
her
man. Thanks for the raid,
FaceTime
dude. Appreciate
with
it.
her Because I was...
If you're just joining, Barry has been kidnapped for the last 2 months, and he's coming back to a bunch of shit. So I'm gonna lock in. Sorry if I don't talk to chat. Thanks for the follows, though.
Trying to
I gotta lock in,
get
sorry.
her gauge on the mindset and what it is to be a part of
Thank you for the
this
raid.
kind of life, the 1% like MC life, and she was off the mark. And so I revoked my endorsement on patching her. I think the main thing with Maggie getting shot, though, wasn't the fact that she got shot. Couple people were upset, whatever it may be, but it was more so used as a narrative against Shang, and in that video, basically, where Ziggy called Shang like unhinged, and that he was losing his marbles.
A question about this: when was this video made and sent to people? Anyone remember? Anyone have a timeline on that?
Give me a sec. No, I'll get you the day.
Even just a rough. I'm not. You know, an exact date isn't going to mean anything. I mean, like,
it was
in terms of
12 days ago.
12 days ago.
12 days ago.
Wait, you what? And how long ago did you assume I was missing, or figure out that I was missing? I guess, or not coming back.
Before the video.
How did Ziggy have knowledge of what was going on? Like, did the whole club know about that something clearly fucked was going on with me? Or?
Yeah. So prior to that, there was
No
shot
shot.
to fill in the blanks.
Bro,
there was an event
Ziggy
that happened,
the RPR
regarding,
fucking
Sean
trying to get
Ziggy
too
and
much
Shane's
sauce.
House, that involved
Flying too close to
a
the
lot of
fucking
blood
sun.
being found in there. I don't know how to phrase this to you, so I'm just gonna come out and say it, and you can believe it or not. But an entity helped them gain access to Sheng's house. That entity is apparently TJ. Who fucking knows? Don't ask. I don't know how to elaborate on that any further. Sorry. They get access. They
Just
find
by the
blood
way,
in the
Barry
house.
does
Obviously,
not
you live
believe in
there.
this
The blood
TJ
leads
dog
into
shit.
your room.
I love Doc. I love the role play
that's
going on, but Barry doesn't believe in the ghost shit.
And so, at that point,
Funny that Peppo raided
1000%
because the
concern,
conversation with Edgar
for your safety
was after Barry kind
Unfortunately,
of
at that
denounced
point,
all that
and
shit.
I've spoken to both Sean and Ziggy about
So
this
if-
and gotten unsatisfactory answers from both of them. The
I'm
club
gonna-
was not
I'll
alerted
say it later.
for a number of hours
Good
about
luck,
this
yeah.
blood and the potential evidence that you were not well or healthy or not on a booze cruise. When I asked both of them, and Sean, you can agree or disagree here if you want. We can talk to Ziggy as well if you want. I asked them why wasn't the club informed? You find blood in a club member's house. Even just taking out the fact that, the assumption that Shang would have done something to you. You find blood in a club member's house, you immediately think that they're in danger. Why would you not call the entire club? Why just have 2 people search? And that happened, I believe, 2 days before the video was released.
God, the silence is deafening. What was this blood? Because last time I checked when I left that fucking house, I wasn't bleeding, at least to my knowledge.
It wasn't you. I cut my hand. Really badly.
Why'd you
And then
cut your hand?
I didn't do it on purpose. I fell. Split my wrist up. Not my wrist, my forearm.
It's a lot of, I saw the photos in the fucking video. That's a lot of fucking blood.
Ow, it's a wooden floor and gets everywhere.
I think Shane put too much of
And
the
I
blood
walked
prop on the
back
ground
to my house.
when he did it.
And
Bro, that's not a hand
didn't
cut.
expect to see
I can agree. That looks like a body.
Clean it up later, ain't the end of the world.
Bro, what are
I'll
you
do it a
talking
little
about? I'm gonna get the photo after.
bit. Gone to
There's
traffic
no
stop
way
with
that's a
cops,
hand cut.
And I shot those cops.
That might be just
And I
because he's a
got shot
fucking
down.
idiot, though.
And in that time, supernatural entity, I suppose, opened up my doors and let them in.
Right.
So again, to answer your question, yes, your disappearance and your safety was already called into question when that video was made.
Okay. Anything else any of you want to bring up in regards to this trust shit before I mention this video?
Are we believing the blood story? Because there was enough there to kill a person.
I mean, Shane, honestly, are you saying it was your fucking hand?
Yeah.
Like dead straight. Look at me in the fucking eye and say, was that your fucking hand in your house?
It was my fucking hand in the house.
That's a shit ton of blood.
Well,
I saw the
worse than
photo.
it
That's
actually
like a
was.
body's amount of blood, so I can maybe
It looks-
see a little bit of a dot of why the fuck someone going in there would think it's a fucking body. That's a shit ton
It
of
looks
fucking
worse
blood.
than it actually was. You know what I mean?
And you ever watch wrestling where they use their razors on their
Sometimes-
forehead and bleed insanely?
I'm telling you, cut open your hand and look at how
okay.
much you actually fucking bleed. That's why the Pirates of the Caribbean movie is unrealistic in the first time they cut their hand for the gold coins.
Look, on that point, I will believe that if you're saying it's your fucking hand, I'm going to believe that's your fucking hand, but I can justify if someone saw that being like, holy fuck, that's a lot of fucking blood, and maybe being a little sus. The question of how sus that is, especially if it's of a fucking member, I don't fucking agree with. I mean, if Irish and Ziggy, was it, you were with that went in the house? If you genuinely believed that was me, I mean, yeah, the first thing I would have fucking done is tell everyone in the club, especially Shang, and be like, what the fuck? I would have demanded answers from this. Because it does look, I mean, the day after you figure out I'm fucking missing and there's a bunch of blood coming from my bed and bloody handprints and whatever the fuck else was in those photos. I can understand that it's a bit fucking weird. Of course, I'm going to trust that, a club member didn't fucking do that. But I don't think it's completely unreasonable for them to ask questions about it. But I think if it was hidden from the club intentionally so that investigations could be done solo and not with the help of other people, to me that just sounds like almost intentionally jeopardizing and restricting yourself from information. It's a different story if they asked you, Shang, and you said you didn't give them a fucking answer. Then I'm going to be like, all right, it's a little weird that, a body sized where the fucking blood's there and you say nothing. Did anyone ask you about what that blood was? And did you give them that same answer?
No. In fact,
nobody asked you about it?
Nope. I had to go and ask them why the fuck they were in my house, taking photos instead of coming to talk to me, especially if they thought you were missing.
Why didn't you ask Shang, Irish, or Ziggy, or whoever the fuck was there?
I mean, Ziggy took the photos, and I told Ed that when I saw it, I mean, my first thought was not that he had done something or that I didn't know how to comprehend it.
I could completely justify it. Came from when I saw the photos, I thought it was fucking me and I was in a fucking daze. Because I saw that, I'd be like, this is fucked. But my first thing would be, Shang, what the fuck is this? And I probably wouldn't leave until he gave me a fucking answer. Because that looks fucked.
I mean, the timeline is... I didn't know how to comprehend it, and as I was going to talk to Ed about something else, Shang came in, and that was where the argument at the bar happened with all the other shit.
This was 5 hours later, just to put things into perspective.
Saying not being able to comprehend just means he's not the right fit for VP if he can't comprehend. That's when a VP is meant to step up.
Fucking murdered. You could have been decapitated.
Obviously, out of character, I know it's probably for spice, but in character, it's like you can't say.
5.5 hours.
You can't say that. Like that's what a VP is meant to fucking.
You were in shock and didn't know what to do for 5.5 hours, and in that time, you didn't tell a single person in the
just said
club.
I didn't know how to comprehend it.
5.5 hours.
I'm gonna give you the same answer over and over. If you don't like it, then keep asking.
I do think it's worth mentioning the debacle with the map as well.
Yes.
But I think one of you two is going to have to describe that because I wasn't awake when all that went
down. The map, I had no idea. That was Ziggy. I had no idea about the map until... I still don't have the map. I'll give you my fucking phone. You can check. I actually don't have the map. I haven't seen it.
Don't worry. It's in the video. Don't worry. It's in the video.
Let's just say the entity gave Ziggy a map that was basically...
Hopefully you're enjoying this chat. I know it's going a long time.
It would end up being a map of Australia, the Sydney area, I believe. That was supposed to get passed along to club members. I believe Ziggy passed it off to, Benny first was the order?
No, it was to Sean, and Ziggy said he did it immediately. So I don't know.
You don't remember Ziggy giving you this map, Sean?
I remember mentioning a map or something to it, and
so he mentioned a map, but he didn't give you a map. Is that what you're saying?
The specifics, because I was doing something else. I was talking to other people. He didn't mention the specifics of it, or what it was, or what it led to, or any of that shit. Just said, found something. Should it be spread around? I said, yeah, just spread it around.
Okay, but you didn't see the map.
The map is also on the whiteboard as well, to get all the information out there.
Okay. Well, I'm just confirming. Yeah, I mean, if Ziggy said there was a map and didn't actually give it to him, then whatever.
Either way,
yeah.
It did not. It was given to that. It did not circulate to everybody who was around at the time.
Do you know who
'cause
was awake at that time when? So at the
I
point, so
think
Ziggy.
Shank knows better.
So timeline, Ziggy has this fucking map from wherever the fuck, a dock or some shit, or the dock I fucking left on. Tells Irish says share it around, and then what? So Ziggy, who does Ziggy go to? Who does he give it to?
I don't know after that point. I can't
He gives
say.
it to he gives it to Flop and Benny,
The flop to the fucking prospect.
to the prospect.
Does he know what that map even meant? Did he know it was
he
associated
knew-
with me?
So just listen. He was told by a vision or whatever that it
Fucking
might link
TJ's
to
ghost,
where you are.
man. How am I meant to RP this? Ari doesn't believe in the fucking ghost anymore.
And eventually, some people in the club got in, but there's no fucking meeting.
just thinks
called
it's his
for
own brain.
Hours. I only learned about it at the end of Storm, and that was because Cora told me, because Big Kev wanted to have a meeting with her about it. It's the only reason we found out.
No. Well,
Or was it? Oh, sorry, it was Tally. Excuse me.
it was Tally that told you, and
Yeah.
we knew that Big Kev had it, and I was having a one-on-one with Kev.
Yeah, that's right. Tally told me that, and then Cora was gonna have a one-on-one with Big Kev.
So
And your
who are
point
the
was
first
a
like
fucking
3
meeting.
people that get their hands on the map? So it's Ziggy, BK, and Flop. Is that what it
Yeah.
is? Have you asked those 3 people why the fuck it wasn't shared around more?
Yeah, they said. Well, I assumed Ziggy would have shared it with everyone.
And what did Ziggy say?
Well, you're forgetting a key part, Shane. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
And
what am I forgetting?
the one-on-one that I had with Kev during that part, I pinged Shane to where we were talking, and I told Kev, Shane's coming here to get map, and BK said, "What map?" He actively tried to hide it from us.
BK said he didn't know about a map when he had access to one.
Yes. And then
How long
he
after
did end up giving
he
it.
supposedly got it? Did he say that?
So I went and questioned him later on, like a couple days later. and he
Days
said-
later, he said he didn't know anything about it.
No, I mean, I went and spoke to him about the map
Right.
because I was trying to put a timeline
yeah.
together to
Okay,
find out
sure.
why this shit was kept from us. So I went and spoke to every single person that I knew had it.
Okay.
And he had it for 2 hours.
Sorry, if you're joining, there's probably all this context probably
spread
means
it
nothing
out.
to you. I'm so sorry, but this arc has been building for months. I'm so sorry if you got no idea what's going on.
It was 4.5 hours between the map being received and the entire club being made aware of it.
Did Ziggy give any reason as to why that was?
No.
Assume that's a no, yeah. Okay.
I just have a question before we move on from the map because it's just bothering me a little bit. Sean, did you say just before you haven't seen the map at all?
No, I haven't looked at it.
Well, okay, I guess my question is why.
Whoa. Yeah, why wouldn't you? You know,
Because by the time I found out about it, those two had already gone to Australia and were sorting it out. And I'd come back.
You don't want to save Barry, huh?
That's what it was linked to, no?
You don't want to save me.
It was a map of Australia, yeah, but I'm just wondering
Deal with
why you wouldn't have looked over it yourself
Good
or
point.
you know, try to catch yourself up on what it is. Maybe
That's a
try to
little
figure out what was going on
sassy.
there. Just because it relates to the issue the day before with the blood.
Damn, silence.
Like I said, by the time I looked at it, they were already on the way back.
This doesn't really... It doesn't make me not trust
No, I
Irish,
get
but
that.
it makes
I
me...
understand
It makes
that,
Barry not
but I
think
guess
he
now
was
I'm asking for clarity on
meant to be
why you didn't
VP.
think you needed to be involved in that.
I don't
why you
necessarily
didn't
know
think
if
you
it
could
means he
add
doesn't
something to it or
completely
look at it
like
yourself.
trust him. He thinks it's a bit weird, but it's more so leaning. He's just losing
that-
points for being
Step
VP
we've
rather
gone-
than being a club
We've
member.
gone past that step?
But there are a
Right,
few
okay.
things
I
stacking
guess,
up.
all right, so I'll rephrase the question then. Why not catch up and look at it just for 2 seconds, since it involves our PM that is clearly missing?
True. Kind of a valid point.
Even if you weren't going to do anything with it, just to catch yourself up to be on top of everything.
I was
Why
caught up.
not look at it? Well, I mean, not really, because
I mean-
it's been 2 weeks since the map has been revealed, and now I'm finding out
People
you've never even looked at it.
theorizing with the map for a few days, even after we came
Oh, I
back.
saw the theories out of character. They were
I
so...
spent hours with fucking Rue and Nano driving
Oh,
around.
I
to
bet
random
you were
locations,
fucking...
in
God,
LS thinking that there
fucking
might be
Zed
something
was...
here.
I
I'm just
couldn't
wondering
watch. I watched for like 30
why you
seconds, like,
didn't
oh
do
my
this.
god. This is fucking horrific. It's not meant to
I've
be...
given you my answer. Ed.
Not really. You sort of just danced around. You said other
If,
people.
if
do
that's the
things. I'm
answer
asking
you're
why
saying,
you-
that's the answer. Well, if that's the point you want to stay on, if that's what Irish is telling you, that what? So the club kind of had it handled, I guess. So you're kind of like they kind of know, so you were moving on to other things. Is the gist of what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move on from the fucking map. Otherwise, we'll be here all day. I know you guys are time sensitive, so I want to get to the fucking meat and potatoes of this. All right, outside the map, again, I'll just give you the fucking context of the map. All right, the map was fucking. The map was fucking made like months and months ago when I was first theorizing on where my fucking kid was. It was simply just the X's weren't specific to an actual location. It was mainly just to remind myself of the suburbs he used to fucking, or that I knew he used to hang around. And it was probably one of the only reasons Colin was able to actually help me find him. If you don't know, I guess maybe the reason why Colin probably didn't give any answers about this shit earlier, or wasn't contacted or whatever. He used to be a private detective before he joined BBMC. That's actually how I knew him. I met him in a fucking casino, dressed in a like a 50s fucking detective. He looked like a fucking moron. But he used to be good at this shit. So, you know, I guess that's the reason why I didn't grab any of you. Number one, because I didn't want to jeopardize any of you in case this shit did go south. So I grabbed one of my only mates that's not involved in this club that wouldn't affect the club. Again, this whole thing was to try it, not to hide shit from the club, but just not to get you guys involved in case it was shit. But ultimately, it resulted in you guys getting a lot more involved than what I wanted. So that's why I wrote originally that I needed to find someone. Then I thought of Colin immediately, so I've just fucking scratched it out, and I went to go see Colin about it. And all the extras were just fucking suburbs I used to fucking live at and knew he'd be around. So outside of that, is there anything else before this video and these names that I've been given that I need to be aware of?
Outside the map and the blood stuff, I don't think so. I don't think of anything else. Stuff that happens after the video.
I mean, what are people's opinion on this fucking video? Let me just hear that before I say my piece. You've all watched it, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm happy to go first, if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead. You have your own notes like written and shit for that, don't you?
Yeah. I wrote a multi-page breakdown of the video. I'll underline it by saying this, Barry. The video is a disgusting propaganda piece.
I mean,
believe
Barry
its aim
agrees.
is to have both Shang and yourself removed.
Barry agrees with that.
It is filled with lies. During the video, Ziggy himself even mentions that half of the things he's talking about, he has no proof to substantiate his claims around. There are also
Ziggy,
multiple
what have
moments
you
in the
done?
video where there's a moment, actually,
Ziggy.
a specific one, where Ziggy calls himself the chaplain that doesn't do anything in a very specific tone, using very specific wording that has only ever been spoken by me and Shang and Sean. This was much earlier in the year when it came to Tally. At the time, Ziggy wanted to go and shoot Tally in the fucking head. And I believe I said he can have a fucking opinion on what people in this club can do when he actually does something for the fucking club. And he directly references that in the video. I believe that video was filled with information that should have only pertained to high command. Which means I do think, Sean, you had an influence over that video in some way, shape, or form. Again, I think that video was intended to have Shang removed. I think the beginning of that video just sat there and just shat all over Shang without talking to him.
I mean, I agree with
bringing
that.
any of this stuff up.
I
And
agree.
I believe
I
the
agree with all
Maggie
that.
incident was the final piece that was needed, I guess.
But before you
push this against
continue,
Shang.
just because I know you got a fair bit to say with that. What you said again with the Maggie shit, Irish. What was the biggest thing that annoyed you, well, annoyed you, I guess, but the reason why you thought it was the wrong thing to do? Was it because that as a prospect, you know, because we tell people that they should be able to walk away no matter what, or?
That, and I felt, well, she had my vote to be patched. Those are the
I think she had most people's votes, right? Is that even the last thing? I mean, she didn't mind, but Cora came to me pushing for her, saying this person works really hard. And I took it on board. She also said that she wasn't around a lot of the time when a lot of the club's awake, which you know, ultimately is what's been brought up with me. Even this video is, you know, sometimes people aren't around, but you know, I don't always hold that against them.
Shouldn't have mine either.
I'd spoken to her multiple times, and it was the exact same goalpost, which is another incorrect thing in the video, was that the goalposts were being constantly shifted for her. At least for myself, she had the same goalpost, which was becoming more of a self-starter, showing self-initiative. Her big issue was she would always come and ask, what should I do today?
Let me rephrase this then. Obviously, Sean, you agreed that you thought it was done the wrong way, that she should have just been able to walk, correct? Even after what Shang said, do you think she should have still walked?
It's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm asking. So, like, after Shang said, you know, this fucking whatever the fucking ping and jacket shit, you still said, well, I think she should have just walked away, whatever.
Yeah.
Do you ultimately, beyond that though, do you actually give a fuck about, like, I'm not saying, you know, I understand, I'm not talking from any relationship you have with her personally or anyone in the club personally.
No,
from a club standpoint, do you actually give a fuck about this prospect being shot?
The extra bit of me giving a fuck was that she had my vote. That was it.
Okay. So as someone that knew her and that someone that you saw could be a bloody member of this club, obviously you thought it was the wrong idea, but in terms of a club standpoint, a prospect being shot, how's that really? Is that something that you're like, no, I'm holding on to this, I really think there needs to be something done about it? Like, it's to the point where Shang should be punished for shooting a prospect.
No, I've never said that he should be punished.
Okay. Oh, that's what I'm asking. I'm not saying you have. I'm just getting that point out there that I just want to make it clear that, yeah, you can
do it. I just don't have to agree with it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I just wanted to make it clear to myself that if that was the case where you're like, this cunt needs to get his head kicked in or whatever. All right. No. Because from a club standpoint, again, I understand all the shit that comes with prospect, all that shit. I just want to make that very clear on my point on that, because it was brought up in the video. That's why I interrupted you, Ed Burt, because Ziggy brought it up again. Because from the video, in the video, Ziggy's like adamant this is the worst thing of all planet time. So I think he's going to get a very big shock when he hears the club stance on what a prospect is. And again, maybe that's my fault for not properly, you know, demonstrating that to every single person in this club. Again, I'm also a person that's contributed to this lack of communication in terms of everything that I want for this club. Of course, especially by being gone for this amount of period of time. And again, I've already justified my reasons for thinking that, but that doesn't mean it's right. Okay, I'll still accept blame when somebody in the club thinks a certain way that doesn't align with the club. That is on the leader of this club to change that. But I just want to make that very clear, because I will be chatting with Ziggy, and when I bring that up, I want to make it very clear that everyone from a club standpoint doesn't actually give a fuck beyond their relationship and, you know, the consideration of the work they fucking put in. So, sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to clear that before we continue.
That's fine. I'll tell you my point so you can see where I found the inconsistencies in the video. At the beginning, he mentions wanting to talk to Shang. After speaking to Shang and tried to contact him multiple times throughout the day, and he avoided Shang all fucking
It's either
day.
I yap or I don't yap, and the club goes under. Like, which one do you want?
Was not immediately shared with the club.
What do you want? Dead club or yap? Which one?
There was immediate bad faith upon his half, and, you know, potentially Sean's there. Sean can comment on that himself in regards to thinking that Shang had killed you, that he was the reason that the blood was there, and that you were the source of the blood. He brings up the difference between the prospects, which was just fucking stupid. Remedy got because she was a fucking snitch, and Alice was never even a prospect. She was a...
Who the fuck is Alice?
Exactly. That's literally all that needs to be said. Exactly. Okay.
And Z does not know Barry and his stance on the club. I'll tell you that.
Moved. It's just people having bleeding hearts for a prospect and getting too involved. Goalpost was the same. She just never met them. She was getting close, but she never fucking met them. The next thing was the idea on a Reaper vote. Ziggy seemed to wrongly believe he got a say in a Reaper vote at the time. That was incorrect.
Wait, who got a Reaper vote?
No one. But Ziggy references Reaper votes in the video.
In regards to
he
what?
words it
What
is-
the fuck does what do patch members have to do with Reaper votes?
Well, he words it in a way where he thinks patch members get to be a part of a Reaper vote, essentially.
The fuck is he talking about?
Exactly. The next big part of the
Bro,
video,
Z's fucking crackhead!
Here is the discussion between Shang and Sean
What is
with
bro
myself
on
and
about?
Tally as witnesses in the Hyman, and specifically the threat from Shang to Sean. My take on that, I guess before you all start, is, and I've said this to Shang as much, it was fucking stupid. You should have never fucking said it, Shang. I've told you as many times now as I possibly can. You follow the rules. If you have, you know, a reason to believe someone needs to be removed from the club, you do it the right way. You don't threaten.
What's this threat?
I agreed with Ziggy on that.
I told him I'd put a gun in his mouth and pull the trigger.
You said that to your VP.
Said that he wished he could put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. yeah.
When was this said? Like, what sparked you to fucking say that?
They went into my house, took photos of it, and insinuated that I had killed my PM.
I didn't insinuate shit.
Well, I'm sorry that I was a little bit fucking angry. You can probably forgive me. If for saying
For
that.
wanting to put a gun in my mouth, probably not.
No, I meant for saying that she said that. But yeah, I was a little bit angry.
Yeah,
Not
Shane.
exactly the kind of thing.
Shane, you are objectively in the wrong for that. Just so you know.
Yeah, I know. No, I know. I trust me. I know. I was angry. I didn't. I should not have said that. I was fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Um,
Everybody, again,
yeah.
it's a thing in this club where people need to stop assuming that people aren't gonna get pissed. Whatever. I completely fucking understand that. We're all a bunch of fucking crackheads in this fucking club, barely holding on because they're in a 1% fucking MC. But there's some lines you just don't fucking cross. Again, if you're gonna tell people. My point with that is if, you know, I mean, I'm no fucking saint myself. You know, some of you know my history with this club and the previous club, right? But there needs to be an extremely good... The only reason you should ever threaten a club member like that is it's the last-ditch resort before actually pulling the fucking trigger, right?
Yeah. So there's more to it than that. So obviously at the time, Ed and myself were high command. I was gonna call a Reaper vote on Sean. For all the shit that we've spoken about today and will be speaking about, on top of the fact that I believe he was working for Norman.
Should Shane get punished, chat? I have a punishment we
I
can do
think
right
that's a
now.
loss, 'cause that's
yeah,
a
no,
big
I know.
conversation.
I know.
You're
I'm
gonna
just
go
giving
back
a little
and
bit of
forth,
context for why it wasn't just a.
I can give him a
"Oh, I'm
punishment
fucking
right
angry,
now."
You just threatened this cunt. It was a lot more than that. That I've been building. But we'll get to it. But yeah.
Maybe this is a multi-day fucking thing. What do you what
It's a long one.
yeah, sorry. What do you think, Shang, should happen to you after that? Do you think you deserve to go without punishment for threatening your VP? What if you were VP and someone came up to you and told you they were gonna fucking shove a gun down your throat? Someone that at the time was your you know, a rank below you. What would you? How would you react to that?
I would have kicked the shit out of them. 100%.
Kick the shit out of him. You're telling me you wouldn't have fucking gunned him down?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You still want to do it?
Do I want to kill you? Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
Yeah, I do. You're damn fucking right, I do.
Oh my god.
You spoke about this earlier already, Barry. There's no trust there. There isn't. You think that we're just gonna be able to speak about this and get over it? No. At the
And
end of this-
why the fuck are you wasting my fucking time, Shang? If you're at that point where there is no existence where you can be in a club and you're gonna kill this cunt, why the fuck are you wasting my time? What the fuck are we doing here? If we're at a point where you want to shoot this cunt in the head, let me ask you why you haven't fucking done it already then, huh? Why the fuck are you wasting my time, Sean's time, Edward's time, the fucking club's time? What the fuck are we actually doing here? If there is no chance of resolving this, what the fuck are we doing? Say to my fucking face that you actually believe that. That's actually what you want to fucking do. And think about it for a fucking second before you say that to my fucking face. Say to my face right now that there is no other resolution to this other than you shooting Sean in the fucking head. Tell me.
I tried to tell you.
That's all I'm asking. It's a yes or no fucking question.
Yes, I do.
I did not expect Shang to die on that hill. Oh my fucking god. We might have to blood out Shang, regardless if he's right or wrong. Even if, like, it turns out that Sean was this master manipulator, the fact that he just said that to me, I cannot believe that he wants to die on that hill. That there is no other solution than that. I can't even finish that. Barry can't even finish that conversation. I think it would just be shit. There is no situation where Barry would want to fucking talk after that. Oh my fucking god. Regardless of how wrong you think someone is, how much you think they're jeopardizing the club, yeah, I don't know. All of the other shit I could have put aside, or all the other shit, there's a resolution to. But if somebody puts their foot in the ground and says, it's my way or the highway, then it's done. What a waste of fucking time for Barry. What a waste of fucking time. Oh my god. I'm gonna be honest, Barry was on Shang and Ed's side for the most part. He saw a lot of shit in Irish that was like, this is a bad VP. We made the right call by taking him out of that position. Oh my god. I won't be surprised if Barry wakes up next and one of them's dead. And honestly, I wouldn't blame either side. I wouldn't blame either side for shooting the other. If somebody said they were gonna shoot me, dude, I love Shang, and Barry loves Shang. But the fact that he just said that is so beyond fucked. That's quite possibly the stupidest thing he could ever say. Like, if he's gonna die on that hill, regardless if he's in the right, and you know what's fucked? Shane could completely be in the right, but the fact that he's not even willing to try, it's just, that is the most fucked thing to me, to Barry rather. Man. I'm gonna be honest, if I was Sean, I would have shot Shang in the head. I'll just be completely real. Whether you agree with Sean or not, the fact that Sean hasn't shot Shang in the head is honestly a testament to restraint. And again, I think for the most part, that conversation, Sean was in the wrong for a lot of shit. Barry was getting told a lot of shit that he just simply did not agree that Sean did. And it made him think, man, maybe he shouldn't be VP. But saying that, the fact that Sean hasn't already shot it, I'll just be honest, if somebody said they wanted to kill me, Barry would have already shot them. And how can Barry expect people to not do that when he himself wouldn't be able to fucking contain himself? If somebody said, Barry, I want you dead in his club, regardless of rank, Barry's gonna fucking shoot him. Are you stupid? Oh my god. What Barry done if Sean shot Shang? I mean, bro, he just said he wanted to fucking kill him. What the fuck is the point of having any other conversation if Shang is at the point where he just wants Sean dead? Because you know what that means? If that is the ultimatum that Shang is setting, it means either Sean is gone or I'm gone. And what happened to the last person in this club that said this person's gone or I'm gone in BBMC? It's just like... Chat, two things. Reaper vote itself, number one. A Reaper vote itself doesn't necessarily mean that someone will die, just so you know. A Reaper vote is any important decision in the club that needs a decision done. There's a very big difference. If he's saying the Reaper vote was to demote him, that's one thing. If he was saying up until this point, when they said they called a Reaper vote, Barry was under the impression that was to demote Sean, not to fucking kill him. But if that's not what the case was, then that's a very different story. Do we enter this chat, yes or no? Hello.
Very.
I mean, cool, I'm sorry, I can't sit there and have another club member, regardless if they think they're in the right or wrong, say that I want to kill another fucking member. What the fuck are we doing?
No, I agree. I just yelled at Shane myself. And Ed fucking started beating his ass. He's stupid for that.
For all
He's
the
stupid
shit
for what he
Shane just said about wanting this club to fucking grow and to lead or whatever, he just wants to piss that all away. It's just, I'm dumbfounded, to be honest. I'm dumbfounded that was his mentality, that was the hill he wanted to die on, and that wasn't brought up earlier. I just can't, like...
He doesn't trust Sean, and that I don't think is going to get repaired. But Sean has also said that he doesn't think his relationship with Edward and Shang is repairable either. These two are so stubborn for their own good that they will not do anything. It's gonna end up with one of them with a bullet in their head. I don't want either of them to get a bullet in their head, honest to fucking God. But I think that I didn't know how to bring it up in that meeting with everybody in front there, but I honest to God believe Sean's planning a coup. He's tried to get everybody in a position of power demoted. He wants you out of PM. He wants them out of high command. Who else takes charge if you guys are all gone? He has constant one-on-one sessions with members of the club. I was one
ADMC's
of them
fucked.
for a long time. You remember, I told you I was Sean biased. I was for a long time. I think he wants to take over. And Shang and his stubbornness and his fucking stupid fucking mouth just handed it right to him.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know what to say to that. Where is this coup shit coming from? Is this, does this have to do with the fucking names Edbert gave me?
Yes.
And what was,
give me a minute, please. Sorry, what was... what are these names, referencing? Like, what do these names mean? I understand they want me to step down, but yeah, what's the context of that? There was a vote held one day.
By who?
That I think Edbert.
Edbert?
The same date, so they all had a meeting.
What the fuck is going on?
Was released to the club, and they had a meeting, and that's where Edbert basically dissected it in front of all of them, and it was what he just did with us, basically. And at the end of it, he with everybody who was in attendance at the time, he said, "Raise your hand if you believe Barry Benson should no longer be the PM of this club." And those people raised their hand. And then a couple days ago.
When was this vote casted? Sorry.
Last
Before or
week.
after this video?
It was after the video. And
So not a vote.
couple
No,
days
it's a
ago,
vote.
Shang asked Sean directly if you were at the meeting and
What do you mean not a vote? That's
were
literally a
asked
vote.
That same question. Would you want to replace Barry as PM? And Sean said yes.
So let me be very clear on the word. Were you there at this meeting?
I was not.
Okay. I'll
Edbert
ask
was the
Edbert
one
about
that-
this.
Yes.
Because the wording on this is extremely important on the question that was posed to them.
The wording of the question was, do you believe that Barry Benson should be the PM of this club?
Okay. Anyone give any reasons as to why they voted the way they did?
Most of them, to my knowledge, it's just the fact that you haven't been around. Which is ironic. One of those names, I don't know if you realize, is also a fucking prospect.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I
Okay.
know. But don't worry, that'll be dealt with. I promise you.
I mean, the prospect shouldn't even have fucking been there, but I wasn't.
I'm not
around,
even going to
so-
comment on that. Don't worry, it'll be sorted. All right. Look, this is a lot to take in for my first day trying to fucking solve this. So I'm just gonna need to clear my head a bit. But I will be awake tomorrow. So it's clear this shit isn't going away. So
No, it's not.
if people want good old PM Barry to make a fucking decision, then I mean, I'll do what I always fucking do. I appreciate in all of this, Cora, you trying to help and mediate, you know. That's pretty fucked. I'm sorry I wasn't around to help with that.
You had shit going on. We all been there. I wasn't around that much for a few months, but now I'm around almost every fucking day. So, it is what it is.
I'm gonna go think for a bit.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, do the thing? Yep. Yeah, you're right. I gotta go somewhere, chat. Actually, perfect timing. We gotta hurry. Well, chat, I did not expect Shang to minus 1,000. That was not on the bingo card. All I want from you, Edbert, before I go to bed is answer me one question, okay? I need you to tell me the exact wording that you gave. If you need a few seconds to think about it, whatever. The exact wording you gave when this vote was casted about if I should still be the fucking PM of this club while I was gone.
Yeah, give me a second. I wrote it down because I had a whole fucking...
Which up until that point had never even slightly been fucking brought up.
Oh, it hadn't.
And yeah, I'm looking at a fucking list of 8 fucking names that don't have the fucking balls to say shit to my fucking face, but the second they know I'm fucking gone, want to talk all this fucking shit to the point where they want me to step fucking down and are raising their fucking hand for me to step the fuck down when all I did, Five Club, let's get back here! Every fucking day!
Barry, I know exactly how much you have sacrificed for this club. There's been a single fucking second I've ever thought you haven't sacrificed everything. You've lost everyone for this club, for the people in it. You think I fucking wanted to know who
Breaking up, Ed, but I think I slammed my fucking phone against the fucking dashboard. Is Edbert lagging? I can't hear Ed. If you can hear me, call me back. Just gonna hang up. He effed? Fuck's sake. I yapped too long. So I'm trying to get in character chat. Barry would be fucking fuming right now. Barry would be fucking losing a cut. Bro, if RDM wasn't a rule break, I feel like Barry would just be going around RDMing right now. Alright, hold on, lock you in, lock you in. You want to talk about shooting locals, huh? Hey, you want to fucking do something about it, cunt, eh? Still blow up gas stations? No, not the locals. No, no, no. Not the fucking locals. I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't want to accept it unless it's Edbert. I don't know who this is. I want to shoot that, but I don't want to fucking...
Hello.
Fuck! I just want to hear gunshots in the background. I'm not gonna RDM, but Barry would RDM if this was real life, okay? I'm just gonna act like a crazy cunt in front of him. Fuck's sake. Oh my God, I know what Barry would... You blow up cars anymore? Is that a thing? I'm out of fucking ammo. I fucking hate it here. Imagine that blew up, okay? Just wasted all my fucking ammo. Fuck's sake. Why is Flops texting me? Cheers. Doing... Okie... Actually, you know what? He'll know what that means. I'm just gonna... Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna say okie dokie. Okay, chat, this will either be really cinematic or it'll be scuffed and I gotta do it normally. So we'll try the cinematic route first, okay? Let me know if the audio is good, okay? I'll type in chat. You just gotta let me know, okay? I'll give it a couple seconds for, yeah. Hello.
Sorry, a Peruvian assassin fucking shot me. Where are you right now? I'm not doing this over the phone.
That's too bad.
I'm not taking no for a fucking answer.
Well, I just want the answer, so... Okay, I'll hang up. If that's what you want.
Barry, what the fuck?
I'm not talking anymore. I will be awake tomorrow. I literally, I cannot even comprehend what I just fucking sat through in that.
Yeah, me neither.
You just have to trust me, Edbert. All I need is what you said to those people on that list that raised their fucking hand. If you want, look, I'll put you in the front of the fucking queue tomorrow. I'm not having any more conversations about this shit until tomorrow. So you can give me that info or not. Otherwise, I'll find it elsewhere.
I'm giving it to you now. I asked them, who here thinks that Barry Benson should no longer be the PM? Those are my words. 7 hands went up. According to Sheng, an 8th hand would have gone up if he was there. I also want to say this. You just said, trust me, Barry, there's never been a fucking moment I haven't trusted you. I'm going to make sure, while we're sorting this shit out, that nobody is pulling fucking guns on anybody. This shit isn't going to fucking happen. I'm not going to watch this fucking happen for the club that we fucking started. So you do whatever you got to do. I'll make sure that nobody fucking kills anybody until then.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. See you then.
Chat, before we go, I just want to say thank you. Today was an awesome day of RP. I hope you enjoyed. When I do this next thing, that'll be the last time you hear me before the end of the stream. I will be live tomorrow. I don't even know if I can fathom being live tomorrow after this, but it's amazing RP. Make sure to go show some love to everyone. I'm sorry for screaming in people's ears and faces and stuff. I'm just... This is meant to be a bit of a culmination of years and years of roleplay. And again, if you came in from a raid, you probably have no fucking idea about any of this, and I'm sorry for that. So it's kind of a homage, I guess, to people that have stuck around for a long-ass time, because they would know that all of this shit leads back to literal years of people's lives. I've roleplayed the same character for the last 5 years at this point. The same one, with very little deviation from that. I don't think I'm really a good roleplayer by any standards, but there is one thing I can't deny, is that there is a lot of roleplay intertwined with my character in this server. So yeah. I just want to say thanks again for all the fucking subs today. I'll just quickly go through. Captain Frosty, thanks for the 5. JJMK, thanks for the set, for the 43 months. Angriest Bean, Honor, Glacier, thanks for the 53. Bailey, Hiccups, Peppo again for the fucking raid. CPT Frosty, Batty Den, Cutie, Panda, the Kenstar, Hales, the Black Zad, Hey I'm Cole, T-Slot, This Bros, Tetra. I think I got the rest earlier. Thank you guys again for all the subs and resubs. Yeah. Tell me if the audio either doesn't come in or it echoes, chat, okay? Or if it sounds okay, just give me a smile in chat if it's alright. If it's not okay, just say like sound, okay? We'll try the immersive way, the first way. It might not work, but we'll see. Alright, you guys ready? I just got a lot to learn still, you know. I just don't know if I'm ready. But, you know, some people say I am, some people say I'm not. I'm just trying to figure out where I fit in, you know. That's all.
You know, Barry, confidence is half the battle.
It's true. It's true. I just, you know, I never want to be a hard ass, you know what I'm saying? I want to be firm and confident, but you know, what if becoming vice president of one of the biggest clubs in Los Santos changes me, you know?
That's true. That's true. What if one day you have to shoot me for something that I do?
Exactly. I might have to kill you, you know? That's like...
Yeah.
Something...
It'd be an honor to die by your hand, though. Let me just put it that way.
I appreciate that, Wolfie.
He was going on a fucking, like, rant on Twitter. I definitely just said, whoops! And, Anyway. Alright.
Alright. Well, I'll be around today, so something if you need anything.
Sounds good. I'm probably gonna go to sleep for a hot minute, but I think other people are around.
All right, no worries.
All right, we'll catch you.
All right, later.
The consequences of his lack of action have eaten him up almost completely.
Oh,
I'm not garnering sympathy
I'm
for
sorry. Oh man, poor guy. He's been through a lot. Yeah. No, you're right. Poor guy's been through a lot. Yeah, he should go home and take a fucking rest. Where's TJ's piece? Where's TJ's chance to go home and, oh man, go cry about it? My son is fucking dead!
Hey, when I found you, you were a fucking house robber.
Yeah,
Actually,
so
you
are you, bitch. You were doing the exact same thing I was fucking doing.
I was house robbing too.
We were both house
Fucking-
robbing.
But you were stealing the van that I wanted
I
to
was
take.
already in it. It was my van. She was just sitting on the porch. She waited. I never came back. Still surprised me how many of the old crew wanted to start something new with me.
Why would that surprise you?
I don't know. 5 years is a long time. Especially if you're away from this type of life. I mean, a lot of us were incarcerated for half that time, but...
Oh, well, for someone who wanders around saying how you're the best, you seem to not realize how much your group actually genuinely thinks that. They'd follow you anywhere, and the ones that don't aren't worth shit anyway. It doesn't surprise me at all how many stayed with you. It actually more so surprises me that anybody left. To be honest.
You, Mary, need to step up and make sure he understands your value. You need to make sure he understands your loyalty. And that you, Barry, demand the same respect that you've shown him after all this time. You're being stepped on. Stop being used, Betty. Wake up!
Just one more tear to cry, one teardrop from my eye. You better save it for.
I'm part of that! You're part of that! There's been so much change! Why are people telling me the club's different? Like I don't fucking know! The club changes and I'm still fucking here! The club shot my own son! I'm still fucking here! The XPM, I think he's gonna fuck over the club! I have to shoot him in the head and I'm still fucking here!
And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me. I was in it. I wave goodbye to the end of beginning. The song has started now, and you're just finding.
Yes, I fucking do, because I'm the leader of this fucking club. And if I think the club needs fucking guns, they need fucking guns. If I wake up and say we need more club cars, we need more fucking club cars. If I wake up and it looks like I don't fucking make money, oh, Barry just likes to do the fun shit. Yeah, I fucking do. Because I fucking earned it!
And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me. I was in it. I wave goodbye to the end of beginning.
And just so you know, everyone's fucking missed you. A lot. And that fear you told me that you'd come back and the club would be gone or whatever one day. If you went around, it's never gonna happen.
And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. Another version of me. I was in it. Oh, I waved goodbye to the end of
See you tomorrow, chat.